Voters as mad scientists. Essays on Political Irrationality. Written by Bryan Caplan. Narrated by Antony Indenbaum. Part 1. Vicious Voters. Voters as mad scientists. Voters aren't selfish. That's an important question where the political scientists are right and the economists are wrong. But I part company with the political scientists when they draw implications about how well democracy works. After they shoot down the self-interested voter hypothesis, lots of political scientists can't resist the following leap. Economists argue that voter selfishness makes democracy work badly. Fortunately, however, voters aren't selfish, so most of the democratic failures that economists fret over are just in their heads. This would be true if voters actually understood the policy. Selfish voters would choose the policies best for themselves. Unselfish voters would choose the policies best for society. Then, unselfishness gets you a better overall result. But what happens if people have systematically biased beliefs about policy, for example, if they underestimate the social benefits of the market mechanism? How does bad cognition interact with voter motivation? This is the question I ask in one of my favorite papers. Aside, Tyler Cowen said it was unpublishable. I told him he was wrong after Social Science Quarterly took it, but he replied that I was being too essentialist. The gist of my answer is that if voters have systematic biases, unselfishness is worse for society than selfishness. Why? If selfish voters misinterpret markets as a method for the rich to exploit the poor, at least the rich will still favor markets. They'll want what they falsely see as their pound of flesh. But if unselfish voters misinterpret markets as a method for the rich to exploit the poor, the rich and poor alike will unite against the imaginary evils of the market. Instead of petty squabbling, we get a consensus for folly. If you find it hard to believe that unselfish motivation ever makes the world worse, think about a mad scientist. He imagines he's got the cure for what ails you, but all he's got is a syringe full of cyanide. If the mad scientist were selfish, he'd demand payment for his treatment, and you'd be safe. Thanks, but no thanks. The real danger is the unselfish mad scientist. He'd insist on helping you whether or not you paid. Indeed, he'd probably help you even if you screamed, "No!" You will thank me once you're cured, he'd insist. When I see how strongly public opinion supports grotesque policies like European labor market regulation, I can't help but think of Dr. Frankenstein. April 10th, 2005. Apolitical reasons to hate politics. I hate politics. Part of the reason, to be honest, is that I'm a libertarian, and libertarian views have almost no influence in the world of politics. Libertarians don't just lose every election. Policymakers normally summarily reject our position. Libertarians don't just fail to control a major party. Successful libertarian politician is almost an oxymoron. But perennial defeat isn't the only reason I hate politics. On reflection, I'd loathe politics even if my policy views matched Clinton's or Trump's word for word. Indeed, I'd loathe politics even if I thought prevailing policies were the pinnacle of wisdom. Why? Because I hate the way people think about politics, independent of the ultimate outcome. I hate the hyperbole of politics. People should speak literal, measured truth or be silent. I hate the social, desirability bias of politics. People should describe reality as it is, not pander to wishful thinking. I hate the innumeracy of politics. People should focus on what's quantitatively important, not what thrills the masses. I hate the overconfidence of politics. People shouldn't make claims they won't bet on, and shouldn't assert certainty unless they're willing to bet everything they own against a penny. I hate the my-side bias of politics. People should strive to be fair to outgroups and scrupulously monitor in-groups to counteract our natural human inclination to do the opposite. I hate the winning proves I'm right mentality of politics. Winning only proves your views are popular, and popular views are often wrong. Last but not least, I hate the excuses people make for each of the preceding evils. While I'm open to consequentialist arguments for doing evil that good may come, most of the arguments in this genre are deeply tainted by innumeracy and overconfidence. If you calmly weigh the social benefits of political hyperbole, carefully crunch the numbers, and grudgingly and sorrowfully conclude that it's justified in specific cases, I'm all ears. But if you defend hyperbole with casual, undiscriminating delight, life's too short to listen to you. While I hate how people act in politics, I emphatically don't hate the people themselves. Politics is only a small sliver of most people's lives, so the apolitical good normally far outweighs the political bad. September 27, 2016. A world of ingratitude. When I started working at George Mason University, Google, Facebook, and Twitter did not exist. Amazon was around, but I'd yet to purchase anything from them. The big news in the book industry was the sudden rise of Borders and Barnes and Noble superstores. If you'd claimed that Amazon was a viable competing book outlet, most people would have just furrowed their brows at your naivete. Now the IT giants are household names. They haven't just transformed their own industries, they've transformed life itself. When I crave knowledge, I Google. When I seek consumer products, I Amazon. When I socialize, I Facebook. When I market my ideas, I Twitter. Hundreds of millions of customers around the world can say the same. If you described my future back in 1993, I would have laughed at your optimism, and I'm a confirmed optimist. What would have seemed most absurd to me back in 1993, however, is that all of these companies provide tons of free services. I've never paid a dime to Google, Facebook, or Twitter. Even Amazon hands out tons of freebies. When I want to track down a reference, I'd rather go to Amazon than my own bookshelf. Sure, Amazon charges for physical stuff, but when I factor in the value of my time and the agony of shopping, even the products that come in the mail are practically free. If this seems hyperbolic, ask yourself, if you could pay Amazon its regular rate to deliver a product to your home or drive 10 miles to pick it up for free, how often would you do the former? Given all this, you might expect these giants of the internet age to be popular, admired, even loved. Instead, they're drowning in resentment. How often does a pundit or politician give a speech thanking them for their astounding work? Virtually never. Instead, we live in a world where pundits bemoan the market leaders' alleged failures, and politicians casually threaten to regulate them, or even treat them like public utilities. You could remind me that actions speak louder than words. People who contentedly use Google, Facebook, Twitter, and Amazon far outnumber the complainers. This is a fine observation if you want to expose the pettiness and myopia of the critics. If Company X is so bad, why do they have hundreds of millions of repeat customers? Is not a decisive response to complaints, but it is a mighty response nonetheless. So who cares what the naysayers say? Sadly, every satisfied customer of these great companies should care, because in politics, words speak louder than actions. Pundits and politicians seek fame and power by saying and doing what sounds good, even when the consequences are awful. I got a small dose of this awfulness during my recent trip to Europe. Thanks to new privacy regulations, internet users in Europe now constantly have to click their consent over and over and over and over and over. Why? Because of some high-profile privacy scandals that pundits decried and politicians vowed to solve. Almost no one values their online privacy enough to personally shop around for extra. Yet even fewer people want to get up in public and say, "Your scandals are a tempest in a teapot. Most first-worlders wouldn't pay $1 a day to protect ourselves from these first-world problems. I doubt even most of the outraged would pony up, and maybe the companies should do a little more to deal with privacy issues. But overall, they've done such a great job so far that they fully deserve the benefit of the doubt." When I reflect on the last 2 decades of the internet, I can only conclude that we live in a world of ingratitude. Stellar companies do a bang-up job, and opinion leaders, most of whom could barely design a web page, desperately hunt for dark linings in the silver clouds of progress. Yes, even stellar companies aren't perfect, but unlike pundits and politicians, they've earned our trust and keep earning it every day. On the whole, I am not just a satisfied customer. I am an enthusiastic customer. You should be too. September 5th, 2018. How the welfare state melts your conscience. While vacationing in LA, I saw Escobar, Paradise Lost. Not great, not bad, but I did learn something. Drug lord Pablo Escobar was beloved as well as infamous. His massive charitable giving won him a mass following. About 25,000 people attended his funeral, and his grave continues to attract admirers. Escobar's ardent fans don't deny that he murdered hundreds or thousands, but they think his philanthropy far outshines whatever he did to earn his riches. A fascinating unpublished paper, Robin Hood or Villain, The Social Constructions of Pablo Escobar, explores the tension. Pablo Escobar was a Colombian drug lord and leader of the Medellin cartel, which at one point controlled as much as 80% of the international cocaine trade. He is famous for waging war against the Colombian government in his campaign to outlaw extradition of criminals to the United States and ordering the assassination of countless individuals, including police officers, journalists, and high-ranking officials and politicians. He is also well known for investing large sums of his fortune in charitable public works, including the construction of schools, sports fields, and housing developments for the urban poor. While U.S. and Colombian officials have portrayed Escobar as a villain and terrorist who held the entire nation hostage, many people among the Colombian popular class admire him as a generous benefactor, like a Colombian Robin Hood. Furthermore, Pablo Escobar's most famous personality traits were his extreme ruthlessness and his great generosity, as attributed to him by his enemies and admirers, respectively. Each of these traits has some evidence to support it. It is unclear exactly how many murders can be attributed to him, because he employed numerous sicarios, assassins, to carry out his orders for him, and was always careful to avoid anything that would directly link him to the crime. However, he and his associates were probably responsible for hundreds, if not thousands, of deaths, including police officers, journalists, and high-ranking officials and politicians. He also funded social programs and housing projects to benefit the poor, such as Barrio Pablo Escobar, as it is called today, a neighborhood he had constructed in Medellin to house the poor living in the city's dump that still has nearly 13,000 residents. There he is still remembered as a great man, and too as Don Pablo. It was Semana magazine in 1983 that first described him as a Paisa Robin Hood, praising his charity work. You could minimize all this as a sign of Colombians' depravity, but you probably shouldn't. Human beings deeply admire philanthropists. It brings tears to our eyes to see a rich man share his bounty with widows and orphans. Once the tears start, objectivity ends. If the philanthropist has feet of clay, we yearn to show him leniency, to give him the benefit of the doubt. Even if he's a mass murderer, a strong record of charitable giving makes us want to call him complex rather than wicked. The families of the slain will never love him, but their neighbors will rush to excuse his excesses, and his cheerleaders will hardly be limited to the direct beneficiaries of his largesse. Charity melts the hearts of witnesses as well as recipients. You could, of course, object. Escobar wasn't really charitable. The money he handed out was never his in the first place. He extorted and stole his donations from others. But my point is about moral psychology, not moral philosophy. Even fake charity inspires affection. So what? Libertarians often argue that welfare states like Pablo Escobar are not really charitable. Whether or not they're right, the fact remains, welfare states seem charitable to almost everyone. School lunch and old age programs inspire the same emotions as uncontested charity: admiration, affection, gratitude. And these emotions have the Escobarian downside. They melt people's consciences, leading them to excuse and minimize the most horrible of crimes. This doesn't mean we should lament Bill Gates' philanthropy, because it will lead jurors to show leniency on the off chance that he commits a murder. For a nice guy like Gates, this is a small downside. But when organizations that kill people for a living like crime families or governments loudly help the needy, we should indeed shudder. Why? Because their perceived philanthropy makes it easy for them to get away with murder. Maybe they'll use their power over life and death wisely and fairly. But they probably won't, especially if they're surrounded by devoted fans eager to excuse their shortcomings. July 7th, 2015. Social desirability bias. How psych can salvage econo-cynicism. The strongest evidence against the economic way of thinking is the way that people describe their own behavior. People rarely announce, "I'm looking out for number one." Businesses rarely advertise, "Our own profit is our top priority." Students rarely declare, "I just look for easy A's." Workers' resumes rarely identify their career goal as money. To hear a CEO trumpet, "I'm retiring to have more time with my material possessions," you must turn to The Onion. Economists have a long-standing defense mechanism against this mountain of evidence: behaviorism. Milton Friedman told us you can't believe what people say. Many of us still believe him. But this position isn't just self-refuting. It's absurdly dogmatic. Virtually every person alive professes noble aims. So economists invoke the methodological principle that words count for nothing? If that's our best response to ubiquitous empirical evidence, the world is right to dismiss us as a cult. Fortunately, there is a far more compelling response, with one big catch. Economists have to outsource their intellectual defense to psychologists. Like economists, psychologists are deeply skeptical about mere words. They too hold a cynical view of human nature. To defend it, though, they don't rely on half-baked philosophy of science. Instead, they carefully measure and compare the divergence between what people say and what they do. The fruit of psychologists' toil, as I've mentioned before, is the sprawling literature on social desirability bias. To re-summarize, social desirability bias is the tendency of respondents to answer questions in a manner that will be viewed favorably by others. It can take the form of over-reporting good behavior, or under-reporting bad, or undesirable behavior. The tendency poses a serious problem with conducting research with self-reports, especially questionnaires. This bias interferes with the interpretation of average tendencies as well as individual differences. Topics where socially desirable responding, SDR, is of special concern are self-reports of abilities, personality, sexual behavior, and drug use. Other topics that are sensitive to social desirability bias. Personal income and earnings, often inflated when low and deflated when high. Feelings of low self-worth and/or powerlessness, often denied. Excretory functions, often approached uncomfortably if discussed at all. Compliance with medicinal dosing schedules, often inflated. Religion, often either avoided or uncomfortably approached. Patriotism, either inflated or, if denied, done so with a fear of other parties' judgment. Bigotry and intolerance, often denied even if it exists within the responder. Intellectual achievements, often inflated. Physical appearance, either inflated or deflated. Acts of real or imagined physical violence, often denied. Indicators of charity or benevolence, often inflated. Illegal acts, often denied. Why is the psychologist's approach so superior to the economists'? Simple. Economists reject all pervasive testimony on lame methodological grounds. Psychologists, in contrast, aggressively cross-examine this all-pervasive testimony and empirically expose its all-pervasive perjury. Despite what they say, people really are selfish, businesses really are greedy, students really are lazy, and workers really are materialistic. Econo-cynicism has a firm basis in psychological fact. Of course, a firm basis in fact is hardly the same as unvarnished truth. Some deviations from narrow self-interest handily survive cross-examination. Voting really is largely unselfish. Workers really do obsess about nominal pay, and managers sincerely hate firing anyone. The point, though, is that the economic way of thinking is on much stronger empirical ground than economists themselves have managed to demonstrate. Though we've often belittled psychology, it's ably served us for decades. Perhaps if economists gave psychologists some much-deserved credit for social desirability bias, They'll be more eager to vouch for the value of what we do. April 21st, 2014. The diction of social desirability bias. Sorry, I can't come to your party. This common excuse is almost always literally false. You're working? Unless your boss chains you to your desk, you can come to the party. You're in Paris, and the party's in DC tomorrow? If you can beg, borrow, or steal airfare, you can come to the party. The same goes for most social uses of the word can't, everything from we can't be together to I can't help myself. Why say I can't when the truth is it's too costly for me or I don't feel like it? Because I can't sounds better. It insinuates the only reason I'm not doing X is because I lack the ability to do X. Otherwise, I would totally do it. It's too costly for me, and I don't feel like it or insulting by comparison. Both blurt, X simply isn't my top priority. Get used to it. In short, the way we use the word can't is a clear-cut case of social desirability bias, our all-too-human propensity to lie when the truth sounds bad. The literally false can't is hardly alone. Social desirability bias permeates our diction, that is, the specific words we choose to use. Consider the following expressions. 1. I will do my best. Unless you devote 100% of your resources to success, you haven't really done your best, have you? But it sure sounds nice. The same goes for, we're doing everything in our power. I will stop at nothing, and the like. 2. We have no choice. Unless there is literally only one thing you are capable of doing, you have a choice. So why claim otherwise? Probably because you're doing something that seems wrong, and you don't feel like justifying your action as the lesser evil. The same goes for, we were forced to do it, and I simply have to do this. 3. Nothing is more important to me, but if nothing is more important, you will sacrifice everything else you have to get and keep X. So unless you've given your all for X, you're overstating its importance. As social desirability bias predicts, X is generally something high-minded. God, country, and family top the list. I will pay any price for X, and you can't put a price on X work the same way. 4. X is unacceptable. People are capable of accepting almost anything. Where there's life, there's hope. But they'd like much, much more. People who put the unacceptable label on an unfavorable deal are covertly bargaining. Why? Because it's less confrontational to plead, I'd take your offer if I could, but my hands are tied, then show me the money. The diction of social desirability bias fits neatly with my skeptical take on addiction and mental illness generally. To my ears, I can't stop drinking directly parallels, I can't come to your party. Of course, you can refrain from drinking alcoholic beverages. And of course, you can attend my party, but if you declare, I'd rather stay home and drink alone, you sound bad and listeners get mad. In Molière the Misanthrope, Philant insists, in certain cases it would be uncouth and most absurd to speak the naked truth. With all respect for your exalted notions, it's often best to veil one's true emotions. Wouldn't the social fabric come undone if we were wholly frank with everyone? Philante's right as far as he goes, but he misses a deeper issue. When we let social desirability bias rule our diction, there's a grave danger our literally false words will corrupt our thinking as well. Indeed, such corruption is all around us. April 22nd, 2016. Convenience versus social desirability bias. Convenience has a massive effect on your behavior. You rarely shop in your favorite store, eat in your favorite restaurant, or visit your favorite place. Why not? Because doing so is typically inconvenient. They're too far away, or not open at the right hours, so you settle for second best, or third best, or 10th best. You usually don't switch your cell phone company, your streaming service, or your credit card just because a better option comes along. Why not? Because switching is not convenient. Students even pass up financial aid because they don't feel like filling out the paperwork. Why not? You guessed it, because paperwork is inconvenient. In politics, however, almost no one talks about convenience. When governments mandate extra privacy or safety or consumer protection, crowds cheer and pundits sing. From now on, you'll be clicking a few extra boxes a day. From now on, you'll have to stand 10 feet away from the next person at the pharmacy. From now on, you'll have to sign your name and initials 20 times on a mortgage contract. Privately, almost everyone thinks each of these is a pain in the neck. Yet almost no one goes on TV and self-righteously objects, these high-minded ideals are going to be awfully inconvenient. What's going on? The Panglossian explanation is that there's almost no political resistance to the inconvenience of extra privacy, safety, and consumer protection, because these benefits are clearly worth the loss of convenience. Yet that's hard to reconcile with the enormous effect of convenience on our actual behavior. Furthermore, we routinely complain about inconvenience one-on-one, or with trusted friends. When people are speaking off the record, I've heard at least 100 times as many complaints about inconvenience as I've heard about lack of privacy, safety, or consumer protection. How can we explain this chasm between daily life and political rhetoric? By appealing to social desirability bias. Quick version. When the truth sounds bad, people respond with lip service, especially where there's a sizable audience. People occasionally voice ugly truths one-on-one or with trusted friends. Normally, however, they sugarcoat. If what sounds good conflicts with what works well, we usually respond with hypocrisy. We say what sounds good, then do what works well. In politics, alas, words rule. From the viewpoint of an individual voter, elections are surveys. As a result, demagogues run the world. They gain power by swearing fealty to lofty ideals, not weighing costs and benefits. And when lofty ideals imply serious inconvenience, as they sadly do, the demagogues impose serious inconvenience. Why doesn't a rival politician gain power by promising to make convenience great again? Because convenience sounds petty and ignoble. People love convenience. They happily sacrifice other values for convenience. But they don't want to acknowledge this fact or affiliate with those who do. My favorite Dead Kennedys album is called Give Me Convenience or Give Me Death. The music is great, but the message is not. The band heaps scorn on our wicked first world society for placing immense weight on the superficial consumerist value of convenience. The reality, however, is more complicated. Yes, we long for a convenient world. A little inconvenience can ruin your entire day. No one, however, will ever go to the barricades for convenience. In fact, we're ashamed to admit how much convenience matters for our quality of life. The market mercifully sells us the convenience we want without judging us. Government, in contrast, takes us at our word and robs us of precious convenience bit by bit, day by day. January 14th, 2021. The meaning of mood. Tyler Cowen often inveighs against the fallacy of mood affiliation. It seems to me that people are first choosing a mood or attitude, and then finding the disparate views which match to that mood and, to themselves, justifying those views by the mood. I call this the fallacy of mood affiliation, and it is one of the most underreported fallacies in human reasoning. In the context of economic growth debates, the underlying mood is often optimism or pessimism per se, and then a bunch of ought-to-be independent views fall out from the chosen mood. Mood affiliation is indeed a pervasive intellectual problem, but Tyler misses half the story. Yes, the desire to feel any specific mood can lead people into error. At the same time, however, some moods are symptoms of error, and others are symptoms of accuracy. When someone expresses his views with a calm mood, you consider him more reliable than when he expresses his views with an hysterical mood. We give more credence to someone who discusses alleged war crimes somberly than if he does so flippantly. As far as I can tell, this is justified. One of the main reasons I've never bothered to investigate Holocaust denial is that the Holocaust deniers I've encountered think that genocide is hilarious. Now consider my favorite passage from Alex Epstein's The Moral Case for Fossil Fuels. A proper reaction to a major danger from fossil fuels would be sorrow. Think about it. If the energy that runs our civilization has a tragic flaw, that is a terribly sad thing. It would be even worse, say, than if wireless technology caused brain cancer. The appropriate attitude would be gratitude toward the fossil fuel companies. for what they had done for us, combined with recognition that we would have to suffer a lot in the years ahead, combined with the commitment to the best technologies that I mentioned earlier, hydro and nuclear. While Tyler might accuse Epstein of fallacious mood affiliation, Epstein makes a deep point. Namely, a reasonable person who was convinced that fossil fuels posed a major danger would feel a specific package of moods. 1. Sadness that a crucial resource has terrible side effects. 2. Gratitude for all the wonders the resource brought us in the past. 3. Resignation that mankind must forego many of these wonders. 4. Determination to salvage as many wonders as possible by using the best available substitutes for fossil fuels. When an opponent of fossil fuels evinces none of these moods, it strongly suggests he isn't reasonable. It doesn't mean he's wrong, but we should definitely be suspicious of whatever comes out of his mouth. If virtually every opponent of fossil fuels lacks these moods, similarly, it strongly suggests that the whole movement is unreasonable. It doesn't mean the movement's wrong, but we should definitely be suspicious of its central tenets. The same goes for any other position. You can learn a lot by comparing the mood reasonable proponents would hold to the mood actual proponents do hold. Of course, if you have the expertise and time to directly evaluate someone's claims, you don't need to use their moods to triangulate their credibility. Then you just review the facts and forget the moods. Otherwise, though, mood is a valuable clue. Appropriate mood suggests credibility. Credibility suggests truth. It's a fallible heuristic, but we all use it and we're wise to do so. Question: what's the best relevant psychological research on the correlation between mood and accuracy? December 11th, 2015. The missing moods. Last month, I argued that people's moods provide information about their reliability. Yes, the desire to feel any specific mood can lead people into error. At the same time, however, some moods are symptoms of error and others are symptoms of accuracy. When someone expresses his views with a calm mood, you consider him more reliable than when he expresses his views with an hysterical mood. We give more credence to someone who discusses alleged war crimes somberly than if he does so flippantly. As far as I can tell, this is justified. In sum, you can learn a lot by comparing the mood reasonable proponents would hold to the mood actual proponents do hold. How important is this insight in the real world? Very. For many popular positions, the reasonable mood is virtually invisible. For your consideration. 1. The hawk. Modern warfare almost always leads to killing lots of innocents. If governments were held to the same standards as individuals, these killings would be manslaughter if not murder. This doesn't mean that war is never justified, but the reasonable hawkish mood is sorrow and constant yearning for a peaceful path. The kind of emotions that flow out of, we are in a tragic situation. After painstaking research on all the available options, we regretfully conclude that we have to kill many thousands of innocent civilians in order to avoid even greater evils. This is true even after adjusting for the inaccuracy of our past predictions about foreign policy. I have never personally known a hawk who expresses such moods, and know of none in the public eye. Instead, the standard hawk moods are anger and machismo. Ted Cruz's recent quip, "I don't know if sand can glow in the dark, but we're going to find out," is typical. Indeed, the hawks I personally know don't just ignore civilian deaths. When I raise the issue, they cavalierly appeal to the collective guilt of their enemies. Sometimes they laugh. As a result, I put little weight on what hawks say. This doesn't mean their view is false, but it is a strong reason to think it's false. 2. The immigration restrictionist. Immigration from the third world to the first world is almost a foolproof way to work your way out of poverty. The mechanism, labor is more productive in the first world than the third, so migrants generally create the extra riches they consume. This doesn't mean that immigration restrictions are never justified, but the reasonable restrictionist mood is anguish that a tremendous opportunity to enrich mankind and end poverty must go to the waste and pity for the billions punished for the crime of choosing the wrong parents. The kind of emotions that flow out of the economic and humanitarian case for immigration is awesome. Unfortunately, there are even larger offsetting costs. These costs are hard to spot with the naked eye, but careful study confirms they are tragically real. Trapping innocents in poverty because of the long-run costs of immigration seems unfair, but after exhaustive study, we found no other remedy. Once you see this big picture, restriction is the lesser evil. This is true even after adjusting for the inaccuracy of our past predictions about the long-run dangers of immigration. I've met a couple of restrictionists who privately express this mood and read a few who hold it publicly. But in percentage terms, they're almost invisible. Instead, the standard restrictionist moods are anger and xenophobia. Mainstream restrictionists hunt for horrific immigrant outliers, then use these outliers to justify harsh treatment of immigrants in general. 3. The proponent of labor market regulation. Labor regulation obviously isn't the main reason why workers receive decent treatment from employers. After all, most workers receive notably better conditions than the law requires. And labor regulation has a clear downside. Forcing employers to treat their employees better reduces the incentive to employ them. This doesn't mean that labor market regulation is never justified, but the reasonable pro-regulation mood is humility about the size of the gains plus wonder that even modest gains are on the table. The kind of emotions that flow out of course, worker productivity, not labor market regulation, is the most important determinant of workers' standard of living, and of course regulation has some disemployment effect. But strangely, that disemployment effect turns out to be small even in the long run. As a result, labor market regulation usually makes workers better off even taking the downside into account. The evidence is so strong that it overcame our initial presumption that the downside was serious, especially in the long run. This mood is essentially non-existent among non-economists and rare among pro-regulation economists. The latter, to their credit, take the downsides seriously enough to try to measure them. But their mood does not inspire trust. They don't sound surprised that the law of demand coincidentally breaks down just when they hoped it would, or stressed that they might have failed to account for long-term damage. This doesn't prove they're wrong, but even the intellectually strongest proponents of labor market regulation are hard to take at face value. As you can tell, I'm not a hawk, an immigration restrictionist, or supporter of labor market regulation. Are there any missing moods that put my views in a negative light? Absolutely. While I'm a pacifist, I'm sad to say that many avowed pacifists actively sympathize with evil regimes they don't want to fight. Similarly, while I think libertarian policies are great for the truly poor, I've often heard libertarians privately sneer at the poor, without even a token effort to distinguish the deserving from the undeserving. The prevalence of these moods doesn't prove pacifism and libertarianism false, but both are bona fide reasons for people to distrust pacifists and libertarians. So what? Again, if you have good reason to distrust the messenger, you have good reason to doubt the message, but not seriously enough. January 20th, 2016. The undermotivated apostate. People rarely revise their beliefs on issues they care about. Even when confronted with strong counter-evidence, they usually manage to weasel out somehow. When you encounter someone who has revised his beliefs, therefore, it's tempting to conclude that he's highly reasonable. Apostates, people who abandoned a whole belief structure, smugly feed this temptation. When the facts change, I change my mind. What do you do, sir? As a serial apostate, I've often smugly fed this temptation myself. When I listen to apostates, however, I'm usually struck by the flimsiness of their deconversion stories. Why exactly did they change their minds? A reasonable apostate would go through a process like, 1. I used to believe X, where X is something that at least sounds vaguely plausible. 2. But then I noticed a non-obvious but telling intellectual flaw in X. 3. I approached the best minds who believe X with my doubts, but none of them had a good response. 4. So I stopped believing X. In practice, many apostasy stories discuss people rather than ideas. I had a falling out with my fellow believers, so I stopped agreeing with them. But even the idea-centric stories sound more like, 1. I used to believe X, where X is something that sounds silly. 2. But then I noticed an obvious and telling intellectual flaw in X. 3. I ignored the flaw for a while. 4. Then I finally woke up and stopped believing X. My point here is not that people shouldn't change their minds. They totally should. My point, rather, is that human irrationality is even more prevalent than it seems. Most people are too irrational to change their minds on anything important. But most people who change their minds on important issues nevertheless do so irrationally. April 11th, 2017. The Extremer Extremists. I'm an extremist. I freely admit it. The status quo is deeply immoral, and would remain so even if there were many moderate changes in the right direction. Many econ log readers presumably think the same, even if they sharply disagree with my diagnosis of what's deeply immoral about the status quo. Still, no matter how extreme you are, there are almost always people on your side who are even more extreme than you are. Due to my side bias, you probably spend a lot more time attacking those who don't take your views far enough, rather those who take them too far. But the fact that there are people more extreme than you is revealing. You must think there's some reason why it's wrong to be any more extreme than you are. My question: what precisely are those reasons? The most obvious umbrella responses. 1. Public relations. Views more extreme than your own are counterproductive because they alienate the moderates you need to convince to get better results. 2. Transition costs. While you agree with the extremer extremists about the ultimate goal, they underrate the transition costs of getting from here to there. If we followed their advice, we'd pay a high social cost to modestly slash our travel time, so it's better to go slower. 3. Latent pluralism. Despite your often one-sided rhetoric and disdain for the other side, they actually make some valid points. They just overstate them. Thus, even if you habitually dismiss the view that statist policies give bad incentives, you might ultimately agree that your policies would provide disturbingly bad incentives if they were pushed further than you advocate. Picture a socialist who opposes a 100% marginal tax rate. Similarly, even if you habitually dismiss the view that laissez-faire is bad for the poor, you might ultimately agree that your policies would be disturbingly bad for the poor if they were pushed further than you advocate. Picture a libertarian who opposes the end of free emergency medical care. 4. Papered over fundamental differences. Even if you psychologically and sociologically identify with your extremer extremists, you don't philosophically identify with them. They're just fellow travelers who fail to grasp the principles that really count. Perhaps you're a Marxist Palestinian. Most of the time, you act as if you and Islamist Palestinians want the same thing. But you want to create a Middle Eastern USSR while your Islamist allies want a theocracy. Other umbrella responses? How about your own answer to your own extremer extremists? May 29th, 2012. Why I don't vote, the honest truth. I do not vote. Since I'm an economist, the parsimonious explanation is that A. I know the probability of voter decisiveness is astronomically low, and B. I selfishly value my time. But that's hardly adequate. I spend my time on many quixotic missions like promoting open borders, so why not vote? My honest answer begins with extreme disgust. When I look at voters, I see human beings at their hysterical, innumerate worst. When I look at politicians, I see mendacious, callous bullies. Yes, some hysterical, innumerate people are more hysterical and innumerate than others. Yes, some mendacious, callous bullies are more mendacious, callous, and bully-like than others. But even a bare hint of any of these traits appalls me. When someone gloats, PolitiFact says Trump is pants on fire, lying 18% of the time versus just 2% for Hillary, I don't want to cheer Hillary. I want to retreat into my bubble where people dutifully speak the truth or stay silent. I know this seems an odd position for an economist. Aren't we always advising people to choose their best option, even when their best option is bleak? Sure, but abstention is totally an option. And while politicians have a clear incentive to ignore we abstainers, only remaining aloof from our polity gives me inner peace. You could respond, inner peace at what price? It is only at this point that I invoke the minuscule probability of voter decisiveness. If I had a 5% chance of tipping an electoral outcome, I might hold my nose, scrupulously compare the leading candidates, and vote for the lesser evil. Indeed, if, like von Stauffenberg, I had a 50-50 shot of saving millions of innocent lives by putting my own in grave danger, I'd consider it. But I refuse to traumatize myself for a 1 in a million chance of moderately improving the quality of American governance. And 1 in a million is grossly optimistic. What about my children? If I'm worried about their fate, I'll save more, put money offshore, or buy canned goods, all of which could plausibly actually help my children. What about the victims of bad policies if the greater evil prevails? If I had an effective way of helping them, I'd consider it. The same goes for the victims of bad policies if the lesser evil prevails. But voting is a pathetically ineffective way of helping these victims. I have fine friends who find my attitude dumbfounding. My question for them: suppose the greater evil wins and offers you a job in his administration. Will you take it? If you need time to weigh your answer, you're more like me than you admit. Even if you ultimately say yes, your hesitation at my hypothetical shows that consorting with bad people hurts you deep inside. Politics isn't utterly hopeless, but it's mostly hopeless. The only way I know to escape this darkness is to focus on the tiny corner of the world in my control and make it beautiful and pure. Call me anti-social if you must. Unlike your candidates, at least I'm honest. September 13th, 2016. Part 2. The Fog of Politics. The Ideological Turing Test. In a Turing test, a computer tries to pass for human. A human judge engages in a natural language conversation with one human and one machine, each emulating human responses. All participants are separated from one another. If the judge cannot reliably tell the machine from the human, the machine is said to have passed the test. In his 5 books interview with the browser, Paul Krugman seems to suggest an analogous test. According to Krugman, liberals have the ability to simulate conservatives, but conservatives lack the ability to simulate liberals. If you ask a liberal or a saltwater economist, what would somebody on the other side of this divide say here? What would their version of it be? A liberal can do that. A liberal can talk coherently about what the conservative view is because people like me actually do listen. We don't think it's right, but we pay enough attention to see what the other person is trying to get at. The reverse is not true. You try to get someone who is fiercely anti-Keynesian to even explain what a Keynesian economic argument is, they can't do it. They can't get it remotely right. Or if you ask a conservative, what do liberals want? You get this bizarre stuff, for example, that liberals want everybody to ride trains because it makes people more susceptible to collectivism. You just have to look at the realities of the way each side talks and what they know. One side of the picture is open-minded and skeptical. We have views that are different, but they're arrived at through paying attention. The other side has dogmatic views. It's easy to scoff at Krugman's self-congratulation, but at the meta level, he's on to something. Mill states it well. He who knows only his own side of the case knows little of that. If someone can correctly explain a position but continue to disagree with it, that position is less likely to be correct. And if ability to correctly explain a position leads almost automatically to agreement with it, that position is more likely to be correct. See free trade. It's not a perfect criterion, of course, especially for highly idiosyncratic views. But the ability to pass ideological Turing tests to state opposing views as clearly and persuasively as their proponents is a genuine symptom of objectivity and wisdom. There are important caveats. Don Boudreaux wisely observes that we should compare liberal intellectuals to non-liberal intellectuals, and liberal entertainers to non-liberal entertainers, not say Krugman to Beck. It add that we should compare people in the same field. Rand's inability to explain Keynesian economics would be no more telling than Krugman's inability to explain Nozickian political philosophy. Of course, if Krugman could correctly explain Nozickian political philosophy, that would be fairly impressive. With all these caveats in mind, let's return to Krugman's empirical claim. If we did an apples-to-apples comparison, would liberals really excel on ideological Turing tests? If we limit our sample to PhDs from top 10 social science programs, I don't see how Krugman could be right. You can't get a PhD from Princeton Econ without acquiring basic familiarity with market failure arguments and Keynesian macro. At least you couldn't when I was a student there in the 90s. In contrast, it's easy to get a PhD from Princeton Econ without even learning the key differences between conservatism and libertarianism, much less their main arguments. And frankly, it shows. I've known many liberal PhDs from top 10 social science programs, and even those who know me best can't articulate my views well. Of course, you could dismiss all these claims as swiftly as most non-liberals dismiss Krugman's, but the beauty of the notion of the ideological Turing test is that it's a test. We don't have to idly speculate about how well adherents of various ideologies understand each other. We can measure the performance of anyone inclined to boast about his superior insight. How? Here's just one approach. Put me and 5 random liberal social science PhDs in a chat room. Let liberal readers ask questions for an hour, then vote on who isn't really a liberal. Then put Krugman and 5 random libertarian social science PhDs in a chat room. Let libertarian readers ask questions for an hour, then vote on who isn't really a libertarian. Simple as that. My challenge? Nail down the logistics, and I will happily bet money that I fool more voters than Krugman. Indeed, I will happily bet that any libertarian with a PhD from a top 10 social science program can fool more voters than Krugman. We learn his worldview as part of the curriculum. He learns ours in his spare time, if he chooses to spare it. Want to prove me wrong? Set up a rough and ready ideological Turing test. I'll take it first. Then invite Krugman to make me eat my words. You might protest that libertarianism is far less prevalent than conservatism. But that's only true for the general population, not the world of ideas. Prominent libertarian economists and philosophers outnumber prominent conservative economists and philosophers. Can you name a post-1900 conservative economist as well known as Milton Friedman, or a post-1900 conservative philosopher as well known as Robert Nozick? June 20th, 2011. How to make me lose an ideological Turing test. I bet I would do relatively well on ideological Turing tests. But whenever I say the words, I bet, my mind starts to imagine losing scenarios. If someone wanted to make me fail an ideological Turing test, what kinds of questions would they ask? Leading contenders. 1. Any question related to current events or personalities. Unlike most people interested in politics, I don't follow the news. So if you want to unmask me, ask me about something one step more obscure than Weiner's self-portrait or Schwarzenegger's love child. Of course, it would be even easier to just ask me about sports. 2. Any question that solicits a political mood. I may be good at crafting arguments for opposing views, but I'm probably not very good at mimicking political emotions I can barely fathom in the first place, or telling a nuanced performance from Hestonian overacting. I'm especially bad at faking non-Caplanian moods like ambivalence, ennui, and angst. 3. Questions that explicitly solicit arguments. I'm apt to get carried away and forget that these implicitly test whether you understand what people take for granted. Even if I keep this fact in mind, it's hard to strike a believably intermediate stance. 4. Questions that require a keen ear for contemporary subcultural word choice. In some ways, imitating a liberal from the 1930s would be easier for me than a liberal from today. What's Obama-era speak for unscrupulous money changers? The bright side? To win my proposed bet, I merely have to be less tone-deaf than the competition. P.S. Here is Ilya Somin pretending to be liberal. P.P.S. David Gordon critiques DeLong's attempt to pretend to be Nozickian. June 26, 2011. Why I think I win my bets. I'm tempted to tell Scott, you had me at why Bryan Caplan wins almost all of his bets. But my story varies from his. Scott begins, Bryan almost always takes the consensus view in any bet. Not really. In general, I think consensus views on interesting questions tend to be innumerate and paranoid. Scott immediately adds, the view a betting market would take if one existed. Betting market prices are hardly equivalent to consensus views, Though you could say betting markets reflect the consensus of the small subset of people willing to put their money where their mouths are. But in any case, this is a circular explanation for why I win, because it doesn't explain how I ballpark a betting market position when there is no betting market. Introspectively, two key practices account for most of my success. 1. I take the outside view. When predicting, I start with long-run averages and presume the latest news is distracting trivia. For example, when I made my unemployment bet with Tyler, I looked at all the unemployment data for 1948 to the present and assumed the future would resemble the past. As usual, it did. 2. I spurn hyperbole. Human beings adore superlatives, but superlatives rarely apply to the real world. So when I notice someone treating hyperbolic poetry as literal truth, I rush to wager. For example, when John Podhoretz asserted that the Iran nuclear deal effectively ensures that it will be a nuclear state with ballistic missiles in 10 years, I smelled hyperbole and tried in vain to entice him to put some money on it. In slogan form, I owe my track record to numeracy and normalcy. Step back, calm down, look at the numbers, and target thinkers who say, this time it's different. May 27th, 2016. Myth of the Rational Voter, 2016. In 2007, I published The Myth of the Rational Voter: Why Democracies Choose Bad Policies. Every presidential election year, people ask for an update, and I normally say, nothing's changed. But 2016 really does look like an outlier. My thoughts: 1. While the public perennially exhibits what I call anti-market and anti-foreign biases, 2016 is egregious. Sanders is anti-market bias personified. Trump is anti-foreign bias personified. Sadly, my claim that the median American is a moderate National Socialist statist, to the core on both economic and social policy, looks truer than ever. 2. While Sanders' odds of winning the nomination are now low, his policy views seem closer to the median Democrats than Clinton's. The typical Democrat will vote for Clinton's name recognition and general electability, but still pines for Sandersian socialism. 3. Trump's average policy views may be farther from the median Republicans than his rivals, but he's the only candidate whose anti-foreign bias matches the median Republicans. I've long thought this was important to Republicans, but it now looks like anti-foreign bias matters more to them than all other issues combined. And unlike Sanders, Trump started out with more name recognition than his competitors, an edge that snowballed over time. 4. After bleakly assessing public opinion, the myth of the rational voter argues that democracies normally deliver substantially better policies than the public wants. The political system tends to quench the public's anti-market and anti-foreign urges while substantially watering down the policy poison. In 2016, one of the main dilution mechanisms has badly failed, using social pressure to check and exclude hardline demagogues. 5. Fortunately, most of the other dilution mechanisms remain intact. Most notably, A. While the public often likes crazy policies, they resent the disastrous consequences of those crazy policies. This gives politicians a strong incentive for felicitous hypocrisy once they gain power, especially when contemplating policy change. B. The median voter has a short attention span, so relatively sane elites have more influence in the long run than the short run. C. Old-fashioned checks and balances. Congress, the Supreme Court, and state governments make it hard for Sanders or Trump to fulfill their promises, even if they want to. 6. As a Puritan, Sanders revolts me, and Trump horrifies me. Even impotent populism makes my flesh crawl. The spectacle of populism with a prayer of a chance has already lost me hours of sleep. Trump in particular keeps intruding on my bubble. 7. Flesh crawling aside, the actual consequences of a Trump or Sanders presidency remain shrouded. I'd bet that deportations, de jure plus de facto, rise under Trump, and give a 25% chance that the 1965 Immigration Act is amended in an anti-immigration direction, but I can also easily imagine 4 years of gridlock. 8. Main 2016 worry. My base rate for war between the United States and another major power is about 2% per presidential term. For Trump, I'd up the odds to 5% per term. Yes, I know by some measures he's less hawkish than his Republican rivals and Hillary, but his macho persona and casual remarks seem more predictive than his public statements. 9. Neither Sanders nor Trump prove me right. My case rests on stable features of Democratic politics, not the latest salacious stories. 10. Still, if voters were rational, Sanders and Trump wouldn't stand a chance. None of the candidates would survive serious scrutiny, but Sanders and Trump would be thrown out as soon as they delivered one short speech. 11. Suppose an Hispanic version of Donald Trump were thrilling Hispanic voters. Call him Donaldo Trumpo. Opponents of immigration would plausibly fear that El Donaldo is a classic strongman plotting to turn the U.S. into a banana republic, and they would hasten to the inference that Hispanics are fundamentally authoritarian and unfit for democracy. If 2016 doesn't convince you that political externalities are a two-way street, nothing will. March 1st, 2016. It's complicated, a syllogism. Consider this general syllogism. Issue X is complicated. Perspective Y's position on X is not complicated. Therefore, perspective Y is wrong about X. It's a solid argument, and one we can apply to endless pressing issues. For instance, gender relations are complicated. Me Too's position on gender relations is not complicated. Therefore, Me Too is wrong about gender relations. Or relations with Russia are complicated. Russia Hawks' position on Russian relations is not complicated. Therefore, Russia Hawks are wrong about Russian relations. Could people misuse this syllogism as an excuse to dismiss any view they don't like? Sure. But it probably matters not, because there's an infinite supply of such excuses. Could people use this syllogism to swiftly dismiss views that aren't worth their time? Once again, sure. And that's a good thing, because we're running short on time already. August 26, 2020. Do the rich dominate our society? In one sense, they obviously do. Rich people run most of the business world, own most of the wealth, and are vastly more likely to be powerful politicians. In another sense, however, the rich aren't dominant at all. If you get in public and loudly say, "Rich people are great. We owe them everything. They deserve every penny they've got and more." People who criticize the rich are just jealous failures. Almost everyone will recoil in horror. Do males dominate our society? In one sense, they obviously do. Males run most of the business world, hold most of the top political offices, hold a supermajority of the most prestigious jobs, and make a lot more money on average. In another sense, however, males aren't dominant at all. If you get in public and loudly say, "Males are the superior sex. We owe them everything. We need to protect males from women's emotional abuse and financial exploitation, and show them the great deference they deserve," almost everyone will recoil in horror. Do whites dominate our society? In one sense, they obviously do. Whites run most of the business world, hold most of the top political offices, hold a clear majority of the most prestigious jobs, and earn above-average incomes. In another sense, however, whites aren't dominant at all. If you get in public and loudly say, "Whites have built Western civilization, the glory of the modern world," almost everything good in the modern world builds on white Europeans' efforts. The people of the world need to acknowledge how much they owe to the white race and apologize for their many insults fueled by their own sense of inferiority. Almost everyone will recoil in horror. My point. There are two very distinct kinds of dominance. There is material dominance, control of economic wealth and political power, and there is rhetorical dominance, control of words and ideas. Intuitively, you would expect the two to correlate highly. At least in the modern world, however, they don't. Indeed, the correlation is plausibly negative. The groups with high material dominance now tend to have low rhetorical dominance. Isn't material dominance clearly more enviable than mere rhetorical dominance? On balance, I suspect so. Still, many people who could have won material dominance invest their lives in acquiring rhetorical dominance instead. Intellectuals, activists, and religious leaders are all prime examples. Why do they bother? because man does not live by bread alone. Material dominance gives you luxuries, but rhetorical dominance makes you feel like you're on top of the world. I can loudly praise what I like and blame what I dislike and expect the people who demur to meekly keep their objections to themselves, or even feign agreement. Conflation of material and rhetorical dominance helps explain why liberals and conservatives so often talk past each other. Liberals feel like conservatives dominate the world because conservatives run the government half the time, and conservative-leaning groups, the rich, males, whites, have disproportionate influence over the economy. Conservatives feel like liberals dominate the world because liberals run the media, schools, and human resources departments. In a sense, both groups are right. Conservatives have the lion's share of material dominance. Liberals have more than the lion's share of rhetorical dominance. In another sense, though, both groups are wrong. In the contest for overall dominance, both groups are roughly tied. Both groups feel like underdogs because both yearn for the kind of dominance they lack. Due to the endowment effect, moreover, both sides get angry when the other intrudes on their territory. Thus, even though leftists have a near stranglehold over research universities, the rare academic center that promotes free markets or social conservatism blinds them with rage. 99% rhetorical dominance? We're supposed to have 100% rhetorical dominance. Conservatives have a similar, though less hyperbolic, reaction when business adopts liberal causes. Sensitivity training? Give me a break. The dream of both movements, naturally, is to hold all the dominances. The conservative dream is a world where they consolidate their lead in the world of business and take over the whole culture. The liberal dream is a world where they purge the last vestiges of conservative culture and bring business and the rich to their knees. The latter rarely means outright expropriation. I think even America's far left would be satisfied if they could sharply increase regulation and taxation, and hear business and the rich repeatedly shout, "Thank you, may I have another?" When you put it this way, of course, both dreams sound like nightmares. Neither liberals nor conservatives even dimly internalize Spider-Man's principle that with great power comes great responsibility. Both are epistemically vicious to the core, so habitually drunk with emotion they don't even know what sober rationality looks like. Frankly, I'd like to see both of these secular religions fade away like Norse mythology. Since that's unlikely to happen, however, I'm grateful to live in a world with an uneasy balance of power, or to be more precise, an uneasy balance of dominance. I suspect Robin Hanson will say that I'm conflating dominance and prestige. Maybe a little. But when I picture rhetorical dominance, I'm picturing words and ideas that intimidate more than they inspire. General point. You can have material prestige and rhetorical prestige as well as material dominance and rhetorical dominance. August 19th, 2019. Against recent events. There are many telltale signs of a demagogue. Perhaps the clearest, though, is when someone states the words, "Recent events show X." Which recent events? Virtually any recent events? Yes, every century has a few mighty outliers that sway the fortunes of billions, like Hitler's sneak attack on the USSR and the fall of the Berlin Wall. But the overwhelming majority of recent events are sound and fury, signifying nothing. Serious thinkers don't base their worldview on what happened yesterday or last week or last year. Instead, they endlessly ponder the totality of human history, a body of evidence that makes all recent events combined look small and hollow. Most people who minimize recent events do so because they don't like what recent events seem to show. These folks are doing the right thing for the wrong reason. The right reason to minimize recent events is that recent events aren't probative enough to show anything, welcome or unwelcome. Eschew social desirability bias, and you will know this to be true. The demagogic connection is straightforward. The intellectually lazy masses have no patience for thoughtful arguments or big-picture surveys of the evidence. So how are you supposed to persuade them of anything? Simple. Cast all epistemic scruples aside. Wait around for recent events to go your way. Then loudly claim that these events show the very thing you've long yearned to make the masses believe. Such demagoguery is hardly foolproof. It couldn't be, because your intellectual rivals are using it too, but it works well. That's why almost every politician and pundit uses it. Deplorable, but hardly surprising. If the totality of human history proves anything, it's that demagogues rule countries and dominate discourse. I know some smart people who react to these insights with a cynical, if you can't beat 'em, join 'em. On consequentialist grounds, they could be right. My considered judgment, though, is that winning is far from everything. If I can't be persuasive without pretending that recent events are decent evidence for anything, I choose to be unpersuasive. P.S. You know what our latest recent events are, but I'm writing for the ages. Whatever happens in future years, I promise not to claim vindication by recent events. P.P.S. Yes, a bet's resolution is also a recent event, so the way a specific bet turns out doesn't show much either. But people's ubiquitous reluctance to bet shows something very big. Deep down, most demagogues don't even find themselves convincing, and neither do the masses who lionize them. January 20th, 2015. Personality profile of a free marketeer: extroverted, disagreeable, conscientious, stable, and closed. Left-right ideology is the single most powerful determinant of party identification and issue positions. But ideology itself is almost impossible to predict. It does have a few mild correlates. For example, the well-educated are a little more liberal. The high-income are slightly more conservative. Even if you throw in a kitchen sink full of variables that we assume are politically salient, though, positions on the left-right spectrum are close to random. That's why I've often been tempted to call ideology the unmoved mover of politics. Another possibility, of course, is that researchers have been looking in the wrong place. Instead of trying to use traditional political variables to predict ideology, maybe we should be looking at psychological variables. As a fan of personality research, this seems like a plausible hypothesis. When I first looked into this possibility about 8 years ago, though, I didn't find much, and gave up. My bad. A compelling recent paper by Alan Gerber and co-authors shows that personality and ideology are closely linked. Liberals are markedly higher in openness and lower in conscientiousness. Gerber et al. His real contribution, though, comes when they distinguish social ideology from economic ideology. It's almost as if they were inspired by the world's shortest political quiz. For social liberalism, they once again find that it is associated with higher openness and lower conscientiousness. For economic liberalism, in the American sense of lower support for free market policies, though, they get a much more thorough profile. Economic liberals are less extroverted, more agreeable, less conscientious, less stable, that is more neurotic, and more open. Or if you flip the perspective, free marketeers are more extroverted, less agreeable, more conscientious, more stable, and less open. The authors insist that the distinction between social and economic ideology is very robust. While the relationships between conscientiousness and openness and attitudes are similar across domains, the other 3 big 5 traits are only related to economic attitudes. This is not a matter of coefficients falling just short of conventional levels of statistical significance in one domain and barely exceeding them in the other. In the social domain, the magnitude of the t-tests on these 3 variables range from 0.02 to 1.67. In the economic domain, the magnitudes range from 7.13 to 15.19. Thus, while previous research has rightly identified conscientiousness and openness as the traits most consistently related to ideology, our analysis shows that the other big 5 traits, particularly emotional stability and agreeableness, significantly and substantially affect political attitudes. My main empirical reservations. 1. Instead of measuring social and economic ideology with self-placement, they measure it by averaging a few issue positions. Social ideology is an average of positions on gay marriage, federal funding of stem cell research, and abortion. Economic ideology is an average of positions on healthcare, Social Security privatization, the minimum wage, and preferences for taxation versus spending. This seems pretty reasonable, but it does make me wonder if they're cherry-picking issues where personality has strong predictive power. 2. There's a lot of evidence that more educated people are more economically conservative. More educated people do much better on tests of political knowledge, and as Scott Althaus shows in his exhaustive literature review, high political knowledge predicts greater economic conservatism. But Gerber et al. Find no connection between education and economic conservatism. Admittedly, in my work on education, IQ, and economic beliefs, I found that the connection between education and pro-market views was a little spotty. While education never predicts anti-market views, it only predicts pro-market views 2/3 of the time. In Gerber et al.'s Table A1, however, education doesn't seem to matter much for any of the economic questions. This makes me wonder how representative their questions are. 3. Openness is the one big 5 personality trait that is clearly correlated with IQ. Smart people are more open. In my research, I've found that higher IQ predicts more pro-market views. It's puzzling then that more open people would be less pro-market, especially since Gerber et al. Don't control for IQ. Despite these doubts, I'm really impressed by this piece. Precisely because voters can vote against their objective self-interest at near zero cost, it makes sense for psychological variables like personality to strongly affect political positions. If these results hold up, they should sharply change the way that social scientists think about politics. Unfortunately, I suspect that no matter what the data show, political economy is not yet ready to give personality its due. How will this all play out? July 4th, 2009. They scare me. In 3rd grade, my best friend was Mormon. As a result, I joined a Mormon Cub Scout troop. Since then, I've often interacted with Mormons, and I thought I've never become one. I have to say, they are the nicest bunch I've ever met. A few years ago, Mormons impressed me even more with their uber-cool reaction to the Book of Mormon musical. The church apparently approves of the show enough to buy 3 full-page ads in the playbill program each theater-goer gets. Each page is a close-up photo of an attractive young person with a quote such as, "The book is always better," and a refer to the bookofmormon.org. I can appreciate that it got people talking, Brooks said. I think it makes people even more curious to learn about what Mormons believe. Occasionally, though, I wonder, what would happen if Mormons were a solid majority of the U.S. population? Maybe they'd be as wonderful as ever, but I readily picture a sinister metamorphosis. Given enough power, even Mormons might embrace a brutal fundamentalism. Despite my lovely experiences with Mormons, they scare me. To be fair, they're hardly alone. You know who else scares me? Muslims, Christians, Jews, Hindus, and atheists. Sunnis, Shiites, Catholics, and Protestants. Whites, blacks, Asians, Hispanics, and American Indians. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives, Marxists, and reactionaries. Even libertarians scare me a bit. Why? Because given enough power, there's a serious chance they'll do terrible things. Different terrible things, no doubt, but terrible nonetheless. If you're afraid of every group, though, shouldn't you support whatever group has the minimum chance of doing terrible things once it's firmly in charge? Not at all. There's another path. Try to prevent any group from being firmly in charge. In the long run, the best way to do this is to make every group a small minority to split society into such small pieces that everyone abandons hope of running society and refocuses their energy on building beautiful bubbles. As Voltaire once put it, if one religion only were allowed in England, the government would very possibly become arbitrary. If there were but 2, the people would cut one another's throats. But as there are such a multitude, they all live happy and in peace. When people lament the political externalities of open borders, they're usually picturing an influx of a group with a bad track record of being in charge. In a sense, these critics understate their case. Numerical superiority can turn even the nicest groups into a mortal danger. But critics also overlook the open borders remedy. Diaspora dynamics notwithstanding, welcoming everyone is a great way to turn everyone into a minority. And while that hardly guarantees safety, it's less menacing than the status quo. Don't believe me? Picture the group of humans that currently scares you the most. They're still only X% of the world's population, where X is probably less than 25%. Now imagine what would happen if your scariest group were X% of every country's population. Even if its individual members stayed equally scary, they'd become far less globally dangerous than they are now. But that's not all. Once the members of the group that scares you the most loses all hope of running the show, most will calm down. In time, they too might be nice as Mormons. Still don't believe me? Walk around the campus of George Mason University. Whatever group scares you the most is well represented. But before long, you won't be scared. Every group is too small to run the show, and every group knows it. And when you see it with your own eyes, you'll know it too. October 14th, 2015. The respect motive. Consider a simple model of voter behavior. People vote for whoever respects them more. My immediate reaction. This respect motive is a roughly accurate description of over half the electorate. Furthermore, it's hard to name any socially recognized group whose members do not usually vote for whoever respects that group more. Example. Consider this analysis of the demographics of the last U.S. presidential election. Romney got a majority of the following. Whites in general. People with income greater than $50K. Whites under 30. White women. Independents. Obama got a majority of the following. Non-whites. People with income less than $50K. Non-whites under 30. Non-white women. In terms of objective material well-being, it's unclear whether Romney or Obama would be better for any of these groups. In terms of respect, though, the difference seems pretty obvious, at least to me. This doesn't mean that Romney is racist or that Obama hates the rich. My claim, rather, is simply that Romney doesn't respect non-whites as much as Obama does, and Obama doesn't respect the rich as much as Romney does. Got any counterexamples? I'm listening. November 30th, 2012. Why are Asians so democratic? The respect motive in action. Republican critics of immigration often decry Hispanics' lopsided identification with the Democratic Party. Due to their low income, the story goes, Hispanics naturally prefer the party of big government. Since Hispanics will never vote Republican, Republicans' only prudent response is to strive to keep them out of the country in the first place. Only rarely, though, does anyone complain about Asians' partisan leanings. Yet, in the National Asian American Survey, the best data I could find on this topic, Asians' Democrat-Republican ratio, is practically as high as Hispanics. Survey says, Democrat, 32%, Republican, 14%, Independent, 21%, non-identifier, 34%. The Vietnamese aside, every single Asian nationality leans heavily Democratic. Who's in the survey, you ask? The NAAS includes adults in the United States who identify any family background from countries in Asia. Survey interviews were conducted in 8 languages, including English, Cantonese, Mandarin, Korean, Vietnamese, Tagalog, Japanese, and Hindi. While heavily immigrant, nearly 2/3 of Asian Americans are citizens, and more than half are eligible to vote. The registered voters in the sample included 784 of Indian origin, 748 Chinese, 521 Vietnamese, 406 Filipinos, 388 Korean, and 340 of Japanese origin. Republican critics of immigration could react by saying, "Matters are worse than we thought. We've got to keep out Hispanic and Asian immigrants." But given Asians' above-average income and famously socially conservative values, single motherhood, for example, is much less common among Asians than whites. They might want to consider a more thoughtful response. Take Indians. They are now the highest income ethnicity in the country, and their Democrat-Republican ratio is roughly 4-1. Accusing them of voting Democratic out of crude self-interest is plainly absurd. In terms of values and family structure, moreover, Indians make most Americans look like a bunch of hippies. Why then do Indians vote like Hispanics? I'm open to alternative stories, but I think my respect motive story fits the facts quite nicely. Indians vote Democratic because they correctly sense that Democrats respect them more. When the typical Republicans see women in saris or statues of Ganesha, or hears about arranged marriages and great Indian restaurants, they react less positively than the typical Democrat does. If Republicans object, "I respect Indians just as much as I respect anybody else," They're only proving my point. It's a classic case of damning with faint praise. When a Democrat truthfully says, "I respect veterans just as much as I respect anybody else," he is forfeiting the votes of veterans by failing to show respect. You win people over by credibly showing that you think they're better than other people, though in politics, as in Lake Wobegon, it's okay for politicians to tell most people that they're better than most people. Does this mean that Republicans could capture the Indian vote with better public relations? Not quickly. If people feel like you don't respect them, it usually takes years of steady admiration to change their minds. This is psychologically difficult, even humiliating, because you have to show respect to people before they'll even consider respecting you. And as you struggle to win over your future friends, you face a severe coordination problem. Anyone currently on your side who expresses apathy or sarcasm toward your audience undercuts your efforts. In the long run, however, efforts to show more respect often pay off. That's how Republicans won over conservative Catholics. That's how Democrats won over women. And that's how Republicans will win over whoever's going to keep them from becoming the party of a dwindling white minority. February 27th, 2013. The simplistic theory of left and right. A few weeks ago, Robin Hanson posed a lunchtime challenge. What is the difference between left and right? The point of the question, of course, is not to explain to how every self-styled leftist differs from every self-styled rightist. The point is to identify unifying themes that generalize broadly across time and space. There are many prominent candidates like 1. Leftists care more about equality, rightists care more about efficiency. 2. Leftists care more about the poor, rightists care more about the rich. 3. Leftists are more secular, rightists are more religious. To my mind, though, all these theories over-intellectualize left and right. Neither ideology is a deduction from first principles, not even close. What binds leftists with fellow leftists, rightists with fellow rightists, is not logic, but psychologic. Feelings, not theories. What's my alternative? This. 1. Leftists are anti-market. On an emotional level, they're critical of market outcomes. No matter how good market outcomes are, they can't bear to say, "Markets have done a great job, who could ask for more?" 2. Rightists are anti-leftist. On an emotional level, they're critical of leftists. No matter how much they agree with leftists on an issue, they can't bear to say, "The left is totally right." It would be churlish to criticize them. Yes, this story is uncharitable and simplistic, but clarifying. Communists and moderate Democrats are vastly different, but they have something in common. Free markets get on their nerves. Nazis and moderate Republicans are vastly different, but they too have something in common. Leftists get on their nerves. Within each side, the difference between moderates and extremists is the intensity of their antipathy, not the object of their antipathy. To see my point, imagine two grand conventions. The first is for all self-identified leftists. The second is for all self-identified rightists. Now imagine a grand compromise statement able to command the assent of 80% of the attendees. I say the left's compromise statement will consist in a bunch of complaints about markets. And I say the right's compromise statement will consist in a bunch of complaints about leftists. To be clear, my theory of left and right is tentative. If you know of relevant evidence one way or the other, I'm listening. October 2nd, 2015. The Simplistic Theory of Left and Right, 2016 edition. Last fall, I proposed my simplistic theory of left and right. 1. Leftists are anti-market. On an emotional level, they're critical of market outcomes. No matter how good market outcomes are, they can't bear to say, "Markets have done a great job, who could ask for more?" 2. Rightists are anti-leftist. On an emotional level, they're critical of leftists. No matter how much they agree with leftists on an issue, they can't bear to say, "The left is totally right." It would be churlish to criticize them. But even I am shocked by how well my simplistic theory fits the 2016 election. On the Republican side, Trump has steamrolled the competition. How? Though his concrete policy proposals are few and fluid, he's expressed minimal interest in free market ideas. How then has Trump won over the rank and file? by doing everything in his power to spite the left, teasing, trolling, ribbing, and scaring feminists, Hispanics, Muslims, protesters, and so on. In a sense, Trump's main campaign promise is to keep liberals awake at night and is already fulfilling it. On the Democratic side, matters are slightly more complicated. Anti-market ideologue Bernie Sanders has pulled anti-market pragmatist Hillary Clinton noticeably to the left, but Hillary's going to win. How does this fit with my view that antipathy toward markets is the driving motive of the left? Because much of Clinton's support is strategic. It's very plausible that 20% of Hillary voters actually prefer Sanders. They're voting for her despite their sympathies because they think she's more likely to win the general election. In contrast, almost no one who prefers Hillary is voting for Sanders because they think he has better prospects in the general election. In polls, the Clinton/Sanders other breakdown is roughly 50%/40%/10%. So if 20% of Hillary voters and 0% of Sanders voters are strategic, the sincere breakdown is 40%/50%/10%. Sanders really is the soul of the Democratic Party. And what does Sanders' soul say? Markets are rotten, leading to misery and injustice across the board. Sanders doesn't say that markets do a lot of good, but wise government policy can help them do even better. Instead, he paints lurid pictures of free market horrors that only government can remedy. His Twitter feed naturally includes a lot of horse race posts, but on substantive policy, 90% of Sanders' tweets are outraged complaints about the evils of the market. That includes the evils of free international labor markets. What right-wing people in our country would love is an open border policy. Bring in all kinds of people, work for $2 or $3 an hour, that would be great for them. I don't believe in that. 3. And Sanders has a long history of admiring socialist dictatorships whose only clear accomplishment is suppression of the hated market. I know plenty of people on left and right with better motives than my simplistic theory predicts. That's to be expected. It is a simplistic theory after all. But even these noble exceptions tend to sugarcoat the ugly truth instead of admitting their side is sick at heart. Yes, I've heard Sanders doesn't fully handle his own Twitter, but I see no reason to think his Twitter comrades are misrepresenting his views. March 21st, 2016. What's wrong with the thrive-survive theory of left and right? A while back, Scott Alexander defended what he called the thrive-survive theory of left and right. Digest version. My hypothesis is that rightism is what happens when you're optimizing for surviving an unsafe environment. Leftism is what happens when you're optimized for thriving in a safe environment. Scott defends the theory vigorously, but seems most impressed by its ability to explain why society does seem to be drifting gradually leftward. The more the world thrives, the more the leftist approach genuinely makes sense. Many people in my circles now seem to take thrive/survive theory as the default position. If it's not true, it's still the story to beat. But to be blunt, I find essentially no value in it. It's not always wrong, but it's about as right as you'd expect from chance. My top criticisms. 1. Unless you cherry-pick the time and place, it is simply not true that society is drifting leftward. On the global level, leftism was mighty from roughly 1917 to 1975 when the Soviet bloc was still strong and heartily attacked by even more radical leftists like Mao. The triumph of Deng Xiaoping in China started a gradual but massive decline of leftism. The fall of the Soviet bloc was an even sharper and far more rapid crash. These changes echoed throughout the developing world. And while pro-communist parties never dominated any Western country, the collapse of communism was a major blow to the ambition and morale of left-wing Western parties and intellectuals. 2. A standard leftist view is that free market neoliberal policies now rule the world. I say they're grossly exaggerating, but there's a lot more evidence for a long-run neoliberal trend than a long-run leftist trend. 3. Radical left parties almost invariably ruled countries near the survive pole, not the thrive pole, and they generally had little or no sympathy for social liberalism, with brief exceptions, like the first year or so of the Soviet Union. In fact, they punished deviance and dissent far more brutally than the typical traditional monarchy. In the broad history of leftism, Bay Area-type identity politics is simply not very important. 4. You could deny that communist regimes were genuinely leftist, but that's pretty desperate. When communism was a viable political movement, almost everyone, including moderate leftists, saw it as part of the left. An extreme fanatical part of the left, yes, but very much a part of it. 5. Many big social issues that divide left and right in rich countries like the US directly contradict thrive, survive. To take the most obvious case, unwanted pregnancies are much more burdensome and legal abortion much more valuable when life itself is insecure. The same goes for the traditional Christian teachings of unconditional love and unconditional forgiveness. If Scott were correct, rightists wouldn't just be pro-choice. They'd literally be pro-abortion for any fetus likely to burden society. 6. Major war provides an excellent natural experiment for thrive, survive. Material conditions suddenly get a lot worse. Life itself is on the line. What really happens? Almost all countries lurch toward what General Ludendorff termed war socialism, replacing private property and material rewards with state ownership and forced egalitarianism. When war ends, countries tend to back away from these policies, exactly the opposite of what thrive, survive theory predicts. Furthermore, political support for the continuation of egalitarian policies after wars tends to rest on compensatory arguments for the masses' wartime sacrifices. If the thrive, survive theory is wrong, what's right? I stand by my simplistic theory of left and right. 1. Leftists are anti-market. On an emotional level, they're critical of market outcomes. No matter how good market outcomes are, they can't bear to say, markets have done a great job. Who could ask for more? 2. Rightists are anti-leftist. On an emotional level, they're critical of leftists. No matter how much they agree with leftists on an issue, they can't bear to say, the left is totally right, it would be churlish to criticize them. Note the asymmetry. While leftists are emotionally anti-market, rightists are not generally pro-market. Plenty are mercantilists, nationalists, populists, religious fundamentalists, and folks who find economics boring beyond belief. What these diverse right-wing flavors have in common is not love of laissez-faire, but antipathy for leftists. My simplistic theory intentionally fails to predict lots of details. Why? Because many of the features that Scott sees as quintessentially leftist, such as freedom of religion, democratic Republican governments, weak gender norms, minimal family values, and a high emphasis on education and abstract ideas, have been neglected or rejected by history's most influential, dyed-in-the-wool leftists. The leftists Scott personally knows may cherish the items on his list. To be frank, though, the leftists Scott personally knows are just a trendy subset of a diverse and enduring movement. But doesn't prosperity push society in a predictable political direction? Yes, but the direction isn't leftism, it's moderation. In rich societies, left and right make milder demands and impose milder punishments. Instead of expropriation, they push for taxation. Instead of threatening death, they threaten jail, deportation, fines, or strongly worded letters. When society is on the brink of starvation, leftists and rightists slaughter each other. When society faces an obesity epidemic, leftists and rightists troll each other on Facebook. September 12, 2017. Left and Right, a Socratic Dialogue. Backstory. Greek luminaries. Socrates, Pericles, and Leonidas have time-traveled from ancient times to the 21st century. A few months after immersion in the modern world, Pericles is a convinced member of what modernity calls the left, while Leonidas is an equally staunch member of the right. Socrates, in contrast, finds 21 century political thought shallow and confused. But perhaps it's his fault. Socrates. Quite an intellectual journey, my friends. Pericles. Indeed, I can't believe how much I've learned in so short a time. Leonidas. Well, I've learned a lot. Pericles seems dumber than ever. Socrates. Gentlemen, please, let's be civil. As you know, I'm baffled by your sympathy for either of these strange schools of thought. In fact, I struggle to figure out what even defines them. Pericles. It's not so hard. Leftists like me care about everyone. Rightists like Leonidas only care about people like themselves. Leonidas. Harumphs. You don't care about everyone. You only care about people on your side, and you expect the rest of us to foot the bill. Socrates. And who exactly is on your side? Pericles. I don't know what Leonidas is talking about. Everyone counts in my book. Leonidas. Really? How about people who cherish the traditional family? Traditional religious believers? Rural whites? Cops? Frontline soldiers? Pericles. This identity politics game you're playing is only an attempt to distract people from the real issues. Inequality, corporate power, structural oppression. Leonidas. Yeah. Your virtue signaling is only an attempt to distract people from the real issue. Liberals like you run government half the time and culture all the time. No wonder the world gets more leftist with every generation. Socrates. Sigh. Since you two seem to have lost the ability to converse with each other, perhaps you'll let me direct the conversation. Pericles. Fine. Leonidas. Whatever. Socrates. Very well. One common view is that leftists favor a larger role for government, while rightists favor a smaller role for government. Pericles. Sure, because only government, rightly guided, can address the real issues of inequality, corporate power, and structural oppression. Leonidas. I guess some rightists favor smaller government, but most of us are just pragmatists. The military is definitely big government, and if the whole government worked as well as the military, I'd be thrilled. When I actually looked over government budgets, I discovered lots of big programs that are well worth the cost. Social Security, Medicare, education, police, and much more. Socrates. I see. Another common view is that the left cares more about the poor, and the right cares more about the rich. Pericles. More or less, I don't intrinsically care less about the rich. I just think they already get a lot more than they deserve. Leonidas. I don't know any rightist who says, we've got to stand up for the rich. I only care about middle and working class people who play by the rules. If we can help them by taxing the rich more, great. But I don't trust leftists to do that. When they say, let's tax the rich to help the poor, they mean, let's tax everyone who plays by the rules to help everyone who doesn't. Socrates. How about the theory that the left is heavily guided by smart, well-educated, reality-based thinkers, while the right follows the lead of flamboyant demagogues? Pericles. There's little doubt that leftists dominate academia, the media, and science, especially the highest levels. Leading leftists disproportionately come from these well-educated fields. Are they especially smart and reality-based? I don't know how to probe this to outsider satisfaction, but it seems a reasonable inference. Leonidas. Scientists are great within their specialties, but when they talk politics, I don't see that they know any more than anybody else. The media and the rest of academia are even worse. They may have lots of book smarts, but they're lacking in common sense. Socrates. According to a very smart fellow named Scott Alexander, rightism is what happens when you're optimizing for surviving an unsafe environment. Leftism is what happens when you're optimized for thriving in a safe environment. Is he correct? Pericles. I don't think we're in a safe environment. The world is a lot richer than it was in ancient Greece, but there's still pervasive insecurity due to inequality, corporate power, and structural oppression. Leonidas. And I think the modern environment is pretty safe, as long as you follow the rules, or at least it used to be. People like Pericles feel like they can make up the rules as they go along. Socrates. So what's the gravest danger facing society? Pericles. Climate change. Global capitalism is slowly cooking the world. Leonidas. I say Islamofascism, though I'm tempted to respond leftists, because they're the ones who won't let us decisively address this looming danger. Socrates. Another really smart guy named Robin Hanson argues that left-right strife reflects a primordial forager-farmer conflict. A summary, if you'll bear with me. And here is the key idea. Individuals vary in the thresholds they use to switch between focusing on dealing with issues via an all-encompassing norm-enforcing talkie collective and/or via general Machiavellian social skills, mediated by personal resources and allies. Everyone tends to switch together to a collective focus as the environment becomes richer and safer. People who feel less safe are more afraid of changing whatever has worked in the past, and so hold on more tightly to typical past behaviors and practices. They are more worried about the group damaging the talkie collective via tolerating free riders, allowing more distinct subgroups, and by demanding too much from members who might just up and leave. Also, those who feel less able to influence communal discussions prefer groups' norms to be enforced more simply and mechanically, without as many exceptions that will be more influenced by those who are good at talking. I argue that this key left versus right inclination to focus more versus less on a talkie collective is the main parameter that consistently determines who people tend to ally with in large-scale political coalitions. Pericles. I'm a big fan of dialogue, but not because I feel safe. As I said, I think the world faces serious and maybe even existential problems. We need dialogue because it's the only viable way to wrest control of our society and our world back from moneyed interests. Leonidas. Leftists' idea of a dialogue is them talking down to the rest of us and shaming anyone who fails to loudly applaud. I'd love to have a series of frank discussions where the answer is genuinely up for grabs and pragmatism prevails, and we really need such discussions. Because Pericles is right about the level of danger we're all in. He just can't see that people like himself are a big part of the problem. Socrates. Before we move on, let me share one last theory by a noticeably less brilliant thinker named Bryan Caplan. His story, the left is anti-market, the right is anti-left. He elaborates. 1. Leftists are anti-market. On an emotional level, they're critical of market outcomes. No matter how good market outcomes are, they can't bear to say, markets have done a great job, who could ask for more? 2. Rightists are anti-leftist. On an emotional level, they're critical of leftists. No matter how much they agree with leftists on an issue, they can't bear to say, the left is totally right. It would be churlish to criticize them. Pericles, rather simplistic. Socrates, I know. Caplan even calls it the simplistic theory of left and right. So is he correct? Pericles. Of course not. Leftists are rarely anti-market. We're just highly dissatisfied with the way unregulated markets work. Socrates. Is this poor performance of unregulated markets an ephemeral coincidence? Pericles. No, it's a timeless problem. Heard of market failure? Socrates. Isn't that precisely what an anti-market person would say? Pericles. I don't want to abolish markets. I just want vigorous government corrections and vigilant government oversight. Socrates. Caplan never accuses the left of favoring the abolition of the market. He merely claims you feel a lot of resentment toward it. Pericles. Well, there's lots to resent. Leonidas. Yeah, and I resent the implication that I'm an anti-intellectual rube. Socrates. Does Caplan so accuse you? Leonidas. Implicitly. I hate the left, but only because they keep pushing society in the wrong direction. Socrates. But you seem to embrace many ideas once seen as leftist, like Social Security and Medicare. Why make the sweeping claim that the left keeps pushing society in the wrong direction when you embrace so many of their brainchildren? Leonidas. We're pragmatists on the right. We're happy to adopt left-wing ideas that actually work. Socrates. What about those small government rightists we mentioned earlier? Leonidas. The right is a big tent. I don't agree with them, but they've got some interesting ideas too. Socrates. So what unites you and the rightists you disagree with? Leonidas. Speechless. Pericles. Perhaps Caplan's half right. It is hard to name anything Leonidas and Milton Friedman share except resentment of the left. Leonidas. Right back at you, Pericles. What do you and Hugo Chavez share, except resentment of the right? Socrates. Caplan would say they share a resentment of markets. How is he wrong? Pericles. Chavez may be on the left, but he goes too far. Socrates. Likely. But Caplan's theory really doesn't speak to who's correct. He's merely proposing a political taxonomy. Pericles. On the surface, perhaps, but there's a hidden agenda. Caplan's simplistic theory insinuates that both left and right are shallow and confused, but only one of our sides has these defects. Leonidas. For once, I agree. The left is shallow and confused. Pericles. No, the right is shallow and confused. Socrates. Friends, you're both tremendously convincing. What you lack in logos, you make up in ethos. Leonidas, unamused. Very funny, Socrates. Pericles. In other words, you agree with Caplan. Socrates. Agree? Not exactly. As he openly admits, Caplan's theory is simplistic. That means simple to a fault. The simplistic theory leaves many big questions unanswered. But, unlike the competition, at least it satisfactorily answers some of my main questions concerning modern political thought. Shutters. September 21st, 2017. Part 3. Mad misconceptions. Historically, hollow, the cries of populism. History textbooks are full of populist complaints about business, the evils of Standard Oil, the horrors of New York tenements, the human body parts in Chicago meatpacking plants. To be honest, I haven't taken these complaints seriously since high school. In the absence of abundant evidence to the contrary, I say the backstory behind these populist complaints is just neurotic activists searching for dark linings in the silver clouds of business progress. When business offers new energy, new housing, new food, the wise are grateful to see the world improve, not outraged to see a world that falls short of perfection. Still, I periodically wonder if my nonchalance is unjustified. Populists rub me the wrong way, but how do I know they didn't have a point? After all, I have near zero first-hand knowledge of what life was like in the heyday of Standard Oil, New York tenements, or Chicago meatpacking. What would I have thought if I was there? If we're talking about the year 1900, I'm afraid we'll never really know. Yet what I've seen with my own eyes during the last 15 years has done much to cement my out-of-sample confidence. During this time, I've seen the tech industry dramatically improve human life all over the world. Amazon is simply the best store that ever existed, by far, with incredible selection and unearthly convenience. The price? Cheap. Facebook, Twitter, and other social media let us socialize with our friends, comfortably meet new people, and explore even the most obscure interests. The price? Free. Uber and Lyft provide high-quality, convenient transportation. The price? Really cheap. Skype is a sci-fi quality video phone. The price? Free. YouTube gives us endless entertainment. The price? Free. Google gives us the totality of human knowledge. The price? Free. That's what I've seen. What I've heard, however, is totally different. The populists of our golden age are loud and furious. They're crying about monopolies that deliver fire hoses worth of free stuff. They're bemoaning the death of competition in industries, like taxicabs, that governments forcibly monopolized for as long as any living person can remember. They're insisting that only the 1% benefit in an age when half of the high-profile new businesses literally give their services away for free. And they're lashing out at businesses for taking our data, even though 5 years ago, hardly anyone realized that they had data. My point: if your overall reaction to business progress over the last 15 years is even mildly negative, no sensible person will try to please you, because you are impossible to please. Yet our new anti-tech populists have managed to make themselves a center of pseudo-intellectual attention. Angry lamentation about the effects of new tech on privacy has flabbergasted me the most. For practical purposes, we have more privacy than ever before in human history. You can now buy embarrassing products in secret. You can read or view virtually anything you like in secret. You can interact with over 1 billion people in secret. Then what privacy have we lost? The privacy to not be part of a big data set. The privacy to not have firms try to sell us stuff based on our previous purchases. In short, we have lost the kinds of privacy that no prudent person loses sleep over. The prudent person will, however, be annoyed that thanks to populist pressure, we now have to click "I agree" 50 times a day to access our favorite websites. Implicit consent was working admirably, but now we all have to suffer to please people who are impossible to please. Yes, tech firms made a business decision to ramp up privacy protections, but this business decision is tainted by a barrage of thinly veiled threats of government persecution. In a functional world, we would have a few startups catering to privacy fanatics, and the rest of us could enjoy the bounty of the tech industry without this absurd digital red tape. How, though, do I logically leap from the unreliability of populists on tech to the unreliability of populists on business in general? After all, anyone can make a mistake. My reply: being negative about the tech industry isn't just a small, isolated mistake. Populists are applying massive intellectual energy to major issues and ending up painfully wrong. This is strong evidence that their whole way of thinking is deeply corrupt. They don't deserve our trust or attention, not today, not yesterday, and not tomorrow. July 4th, 2019. Triple standards: the dollar, the throne, and the altar. The last chapter of Tyler's Big Business is called "If Business is So Good, Why Is It So Disliked?" At risk of seeming narcissistic, this passage put a big grin on my face. Perhaps in part because we cannot do without business, so many people hate or resent business, and they love to criticize it, mock it, and lower its status. Business just bugs them. After I explained the premise of this book to one of my colleagues, Bryan Caplan, he shrieked to me, But how can people be ungrateful toward corporations? Corporations give us everything. Corporations do everything for us." Of course, he was joking, as he understood full well that people are often pretty critical of corporations. And they are critical precisely because corporations do so much for us, and do so much to us. Does my colleague's outburst remind you of anything? Well, immediately he followed up with this: hating corporations is like hating your parents. Your parents, too, usually, have done lots and lots for you, but especially in America, large numbers of people are unhappy with how that all turned out, or at least some parts of it. For all of their gratefulness, they resent what their parents have done to them. On reflection, though, my hating corporations is like hating your parents. Quip misses a crucial point, namely, in the absence of extreme abuse or neglect, virtually every society condemns hating your parents. When you retrospectively rate your parents, you're supposed to forgive even serious character flaws and obvious cruelty with, well, mom did her best, or, well, dad loved us in his way. When you rate a business, however, almost no one expects you to give it the benefit of the doubt. You could object, well, we hold large impersonal organizations to higher standards than familiar individuals. But that's utterly wrong. Governments are large impersonal organizations, and people hold them to absurdly low standards. They're even willing to brush mass murder under the rug. Churches, too, are large impersonal organizations, and people also hold them to shockingly low standards. Many Catholics briefly punished their church after massive sexual abuse scandals, but virtually none cried, "These child molesters can go to hell. I'm finding a new religion." Note, moreover, that government and organized religion aren't two itsy-bitsy counterexamples. They are by most measures the oldest and largest kinds of large impersonal organizations. Tyler spends many pages developing a specific version of the higher standards for large impersonal organizations story. People tend to anthropomorphize even when such attributions are inappropriate. Along these lines, we tend to think of corporations as being like people, and we tend to judge them by the same standards that we use to judge people, whether we seek to do so consciously or not. To some extent, we are bound to talk that way, but we need to understand that it can mislead us, and it is a kind of shorthand that has pitfalls and hazards if we take the metaphors too literally or allow them to drag around our emotions too much. It is simply very hard for most people to think about corporations without investing them with the personal attributes of human beings, or at least the attributes of those small groups of social allies and enemies we evolved to obsess over. Since the general story is utterly wrong, however, there's no hope for Tyler's specific version. If he were right, people would also anthropomorphize governments and churches, leading to unfairly harsh judgment. In fact, however, governments and churches enjoy overwhelming deference even when they are engaged in vile crimes. We damn the dollar, yet honor both throne and altar. What's really going on? I've spent many years highlighting mankind's anti-market bias, our irrational pessimism about the social benefits of markets. I've even argued that this bias provides the common core of leftist ideology. Scapegoating business and the rich comes naturally to psychologically normal humans, and big, rich business is one of the best scapegoats of all. The only better scapegoat, really, is foreign big business, those beastly multinational corporations you keep hearing about. Why do human beings have this corrupt emotional makeup? I sincerely don't know. While I've heard Darwinian explanations, most seem like shaky just-so stories to me. All I know is that human beings do have this corrupt emotional makeup. And that's why I hope big business inspires a chorus of imitators, because our emotional corruption is not going to fix itself. May 6th, 2019. Independence Day, any reason to celebrate? Can anyone tell me why American independence was worth fighting for? Most libertarians interpret the Revolutionary War as a libertarian crusade. But when you ask about specific libertarian policy changes that came about because of the revolution, it's hard to get a decent answer. In fact, with 2020's hindsight, independence had two massive anti-libertarian consequences. It removed the last real check on American aggression against the Indians and allowed American slavery to avoid earlier and peaceful abolition. If libertarians have little reason to celebrate American independence, who does? Leftists. They ought to take the Indian and slavery issues seriously, too. I guess getting rid of titles of nobility and such was a step toward greater equality, but a step worth shedding blood over? How about conservatives? They're likely to say this war created our country. Of course it was worth it. But without the war, conservatives would still have a country to get misty-eyed over. It would just be Britain instead of America. If you're going to love whatever country you're born in, it's hard to see the point of fighting to make a new one. My favorite example. In Lawrence of Arabia, Lawrence keeps telling the Arab tribes to stop fighting each other. You're all Arabs. You should join forces against the Turks. But he could just as easily have said, you're all Turco-Arabs. None of you has anything to fight about. In short, whatever your political orientation, it's hard to see why American independence was worth a war. Now, I don't mean to rain on anyone's parade. I won't be waving any flags, but I'll still be lighting off a big box of fireworks tonight. If I can celebrate an atheist Christmas, why not an anarchist 4th of July? July 4th, 2007. Business lobbying and the big picture. When the sugar industry lobbies for sugar tariffs, economists are quick to cry rent-seeking. A concentrated interest lobbies for a concentrated benefit, paid for by a diffuse public nothing mysterious. Strangely, though, businesses also often lobby for big-picture policies. There's a business perspective on school reform, infrastructure, environment, healthcare, workplace diversity, and much more. You could say, what's so strange? Businesses benefit from a disciplined workforce and top-notch infrastructure, so they naturally push for strict schools and shiny bridges, but this objection ignores the standard public goods argument. Most firms have no realistic chance of changing policy on education, infrastructure, or any other big-picture issue. The polity is just too big. So why don't they just free ride, hope for the best, and save their lobbying dollars for narrow issues where they are likely to change the outcome? None of this changes the plain fact that businesses do engage in big-picture lobbying, but it does undermine the standard rent-seeking explanation of their motives. What else could be? The obvious story is that big-picture lobbying reflects business leaders' sincere convictions. When individuals give money to broad political causes, we usually infer a charitable motive, even if we loathe their causes. You could see a lot of business lobbying through the same lens. Firms spend money on big-picture issues because firms are run by humans and humans care. Yet on reflection, there's reason for skepticism. Firms, unlike the vast majority of individuals, have to worry about public relations. A good public image is good for profits. A bad public image is bad for profits. This is pretty obvious when firms loudly give to charity or brag about how green their products are. If they're doing it solely out of the goodness of their corporate souls, why do they crow so loudly? The same mechanism could easily explain their big picture lobbying too. Businesses lobby for schools and infrastructure because backing do-gooder causes is great public relations, even if the school and infrastructure spending is a big waste of money. You could view this as an argument in favor of the business community's big picture policies, but you shouldn't. While firms have a clear incentive to lobby for popular big picture policies, many popular policies are ineffective or counterproductive. If businesses genuinely cared about good policy, they would be happy to publicly second-guess the wisdom of popular panaceas. Each firm's profit-maximizing strategy, though, is to pander to public opinion, come what may. H.T. Inspired by several conversations with Bill Dickens, where he used 19th-century business support for the expansion of public education to rebut the signaling model of education. September 9th, 2013. Arbitrary intervention. Life is full of suffering. At least that's what the Buddha tells us. And if you're a glass-half-empty kind of person, you'll find endless confirmation. In a statist society, our response often seems to be, if there's a problem, government needs to fix it. On reflection, though, that's not how actual governments work, at all. Imagine writing a list of everything wrong with the world. There's hunger, broken hearts, unemployment, screaming at your kids after a bad day at work, cheating on your girlfriend, pollution, heretics, burning of heretics, promiscuity on TV, promiscuity in real life, obese kids, obese adults, people coughing without covering their mouths, the Islamist threat, seniors eating dog food, the decline of marriage, bosses who scream at their workers, kids who don't call on Mother's Day, people who don't read books, school bullying, boring jobs, boring teachers, men dying years younger than women, people who don't know how to start small businesses. You could go on and on and on and on and on. Go on, try it. Now ask yourself, how many of these problems does government even claim to try to alleviate? No matter how statist your society is, there are probably 10 problems the government ignores for every problem it tries to address. A Panglossian economist would instantly invoke scarce resources and marginalism to explain these patterns. But if you put such preconceptions aside, this story isn't very plausible. Consider this thought experiment. 1. List as many societal problems as you can think of. 2. Forget everything you know about actual government activity. 3. Rate the problems on your list by A. Severity and B. Responsiveness to government action. 4. Remember everything you know about actual government activity and see how closely it matches your ratings on 3. I say you'll find a massive mismatch. For example, we spend trillions fighting terrorism, but mere billions reducing traffic fatalities. And the reason isn't that terrorism readily responds to money, while traffic fatalities don't. We spend 10% of our budget helping relatively poor Americans, but use the Coast Guard to prevent Haitians from sailing here to shine shoes to save their starving kids. Again, the reason isn't that cash is a panacea for relative American poverty, or that Haitian immigration doesn't put food on Haitian kids' tables. Once you make a token effort to suppress your just world bias, actually existing government intervention looks incredibly arbitrary. Why then do people support the interventions they do, while apathetically ignoring countless other forms of human suffering and degradation? For the most part, people support the interventions they have because they have them. It's not about the severity or treatability of the problems, it's about conforming to our secular religion. Our society says that poverty among American seniors would be a terrible problem, so we have massive social programs to prevent it. How do we know this disaster is especially pressing in a world so full of suffering? We don't. We don't even try to do a fair accounting. Instead, we make stuff up and shame anyone who subsequently furrows his brow. Simple as that. May 17th, 2012. Your sort is prohibited, a licensing dialogue. When you shop online, vendors usually give you a bunch of different ways to sort your options. On Amazon, for instance, you can sort by relevance, average customer ad review, new and popular, and beyond. One popular sorting option, especially for customers with low income, is price, low to high. You've probably used it yourself many times. This doesn't mean, of course, that people who use this option automatically buy the very cheapest item. Everyone knows that the cheapest tends to be low quality, but starting with the cheapest options is still a great rule of thumb. If the cheapest option has stellar reviews, you can just buy the cheapest. If the cheapest has less than stellar reviews, you can scroll down the page to quickly discover how much extra you have to pay to get the quality you want. So what? Well, imagine that the next time you click on the price, low to high option, a do-gooder pops up on your screen and starts the following dialogue. Do-gooder. Sorry, sorting by price. Low to high has just been banned. You're going to have to sort your options by some other way. You. Banned? Why? Do-gooder. People who use this option tend to buy substandard products. We need to protect them. You. You aren't protecting anyone. You're just making it harder for people to find attractive deals. Do-gooder. These deals may seem attractive, but they're not. You buy cheap, you get cheap. You. But everyone already knows this. People buy the cheap stuff because they value their money more than higher quality. Do-gooder. Aha! So you're one of those dogmatic market fundamentalists. Let everyone buy whatever they want and let competition take care of them. Give me a break. You. It's not dogmatic market fundamentalism. It's common sense. Sometimes extra quality isn't worth it, and sometimes the cheap options are actually high quality. Do-gooder. Yes, sometimes the cheap options are fine, but sometimes they aren't. What do you propose to do about it? You. Well, I personally won't do anything about it. But the market uses reputation to protect people. Vendors who sell junk get bad reviews, and bad reviews hurt sales. Do-gooder. But what about people who don't read reviews? You. Sooner or later they'll get burned. Then maybe they'll start reading reviews before they buy. Do-gooder. Very compassionate. You. Why should everyone have to suffer to protect a few irresponsible people? Do-gooder. Well, in that case, why don't we just get rid of occupational licensing? If reputation works so well, why license plumbers or electricians, or doctors for that matter? You. Well, we don't want to hire bad plumbers, electricians, or doctors. Do-gooder. Gee, now you sound like me. Whatever happened to you aren't protecting anyone? You're just making it harder for people to find attractive deals? You. The unlicensed deals may seem attractive, but they're not. You buy cheap, you get cheap. Do-gooder. Deja vu. Whatever happened to but everyone already knows this? People buy the cheap stuff because they value their money more than higher quality. You. I see where this is going and I don't like it. This conversation is over. Click. Browser window closes. June 7th, 2013. Market failure. The case of organic food. Right-leaning people typically believe that A, markets work, and B, organic food is a scam. I definitely fit the profile. As a result, my every trip to the grocery store inspires cognitive dissonance. Organic food isn't merely on the shelves, it's growing by leaps and bounds. The organic industry itself claims that sales grew from $1 billion in 1990 to $27 billion in 2010, with 7.7% sales growth in 2010. What on earth is going on? How can my cognitive dissonance be resolved? The ideologically easiest escape route is to drop B. Maybe the health benefits of organic food really do justify a 30 to 50% price premium. But nothing high on Google Scholar inspires confidence in this position. Major literature reviews in 2009 and 2002 report that A, there's little solid evidence about the health benefits of organics, and B, existing evidence reveals little health benefit of organics. This is hardly surprising given the emotional, credulous cognitive style of organic consumers. Can you imagine the typical all-natural fan changing his mind in response to peer-reviewed nutritional research? That's just not how they roll. The second easiest escape from cognitive dissonance is to water down the meaning of A. Couldn't you just say markets work equals markets give consumers what they want, then add lots of consumers want organic food? Sure, but this escape route overlooks a key distinction. Perhaps there are some consumers who simply want organic food come hell or high water. But many consumers of organic food want not organic food per se, but healthier food. As far as scientists can tell, the latter consumers aren't getting the extra health they're paying for. At this point, you could water down the meaning of A even further. Markets work equals markets give consumers what they want given their beliefs. This story seems okay as far as it goes. But doesn't it damn markets with faint praise? In a world of fools, markets produce a great deal of folly. Sounds a lot like my critique of democracy, no? Nevertheless, one big difference between markets and democracy remains. In democracy, if the median voter is a fool, everyone has to live under foolish policies. The great redeeming feature of markets is that anyone who figures out that, say, organic food is a waste of money can immediately stop wasting his money. This is far from a perfect system. But democracy, unlike markets, adds injury to insult. In the market, the rationalist suffers fools. In democracy, the rationalist doesn't just suffer fools. He obeys them, or else. As Saul Kripke might put it, these consumers treat organic food as a rigid designator. May 21st, 2012. You're all a bunch of socialists. A fun figure from Tetlock's The Psychology of the Unthinkable. Possible level of outrage ranges from 1 to 7, 7 being highest. Libertarian, routine trade-off, 2, taboo trade-off, 2.5. Conservative, routine trade-off, 2.4, taboo trade-off, 5.5. Left liberal, routine trade-off, 2.8, taboo trade-off, 5.7. Socialist, routine trade-off, 3.5, taboo trade-off, 5.8. Background. Participants were told that the goal of the study was to explore the attitudes that Americans have about what people should be allowed to buy and sell in competitive market transactions. Imagine that you had the power to judge the permissibility and morality of each transaction listed below. Would you allow people to enter into certain types of deals? Do you morally approve or disapprove of those deals? And what emotional reactions, if any, do these proposals trigger in you? Respondents then judged two types of trade-offs: routine, secular, and taboo, secular-sacred. The 5 secular trade-offs included paying someone to clean my house, buying a house, buying food, paying a doctor to provide medical care to me or my family, and paying a lawyer to defend me against criminal charges in court. The 9 secular sacred trade-offs included buying and selling of human body parts for medical transplant operations, surrogate motherhood contracts, paying someone to have a baby whom the buyer subsequently raises, adoption rights for orphans, votes in elections for political offices, the right to become a U.S. citizen, the right to a jury trial, sexual favors, prostitution, someone else to serve jail time to which the buyer had been sentenced by a court of law, and paying someone to perform military service that the buyer had a draft obligation to perform. Libertarians are notorious for gratuitously alienating everyone who doesn't agree with them. Looking at diverse critics and sneering, "You're all a bunch of socialists," is a classic example. Figure 1 shows, however, that there is more than a kernel of truth in this unfriendly observation. Conservatives, liberals, and socialists are all highly and almost equally hostile to creative expansions of the domain of the free market. Is this because the unthinkable proposals are too radical to appeal to anyone who isn't a libertarian? Not really. Many economists with zero libertarian sympathies would be on the same page. Could the socialists analogously gripe, "You're all a bunch of capitalists"? Not easily. Even self-conscious socialists are only moderately outraged by routine trade-offs, and this outrage tapers off almost linearly as we move from liberals to conservatives to libertarians. At least in this data set, libertarians are clear outliers, and the disagreements between conservatives, liberals, and socialists are marginal. I wish it were otherwise, but it rings true. Last point. Tetlock's data helps explain why so many people falsely imagine that most economists are libertarians. How so? Because they are the only two groups that routinely transgress anti-market taboos. Even left-wing economists, for example, have been known to endorse a market in human kidneys. Even if they disagree, most will politely discuss an issue that almost everyone else considers beyond the pale. Upshot: when libertarians tell mainstream economists, "You're all a bunch of socialists," They're not merely being undiplomatic, they're being wrong. September 12th, 2019. A Solipsist's Guide to Comparative Advantage. According to extreme solipsism, you're the only person who really exists. Suppose this strange position were true. What would it imply for the law of comparative advantage? Consider a standard textbook problem with two agents, you and me. By hypothesis, I'm a mere illusion, but am still a useful resource. Suppose that an hour of time yields the following output. You, wheat, 10, steel, 1. Me, wheat, 1, steel, 5. Now suppose that the wheat-steel price ratio is 1 to 1. Ordinarily, we'd say that you could just trade with me, making us both better off. But on the solipsistic assumption, you can correctly regard me as a mere tool for converting 1 unit of wheat into 1 unit of steel. For all practical purposes, then, you can forget about my existence and simply recalculate your own productivity. You, wheat, 10, steel, 10. Now suppose I'm the solipsist and you're illusory, a mere tool for me to convert 1 unit of steel into 1 unit of wheat. Then I can forget about your existence and simply recalculate my own productivity. Me, wheat, 5, steel, 5. Of course, solipsism is false, but we two solipsists can still teach the world a lesson. Namely, in a deep sense, trade increases productivity. Without trade, you, wheat, 10, steel, 1, me, wheat, 1, steel, 5. With trade, you, wheat, 10, steel, 10, me, wheat, 5, steel, 5. You might object. We already know that trade increases productivity via shared knowledge, increasing returns, etc. But these are all empirical claims. My point is stronger. Trade tautologically increase productivity. And if a solipsist can see this, so should everyone. October 5th, 2010. How wise is repugnance? I finally read that instant classic of bioethics, Leon Kass, The Wisdom of Repugnance. While its proximate goal is to urge a ban on human cloning, Kass advances a much more general ethical position. Repugnance is the emotional expression of deep wisdom, beyond reason's power fully to articulate it. Can anyone really give an argument fully adequate to the horror which is father-daughter incest, even with consent, or having sex with animals, or mutilating a corpse, or eating human flesh, or even just raping or murdering another human being? Would anybody's failure to give full rational justification for his or her revulsion at these practices make that revulsion ethically suspect? Given my ethical intuitionism and my view that moral theories should begin with simple, concrete cases, you would think that I would have to grant his point. I do not. Our two positions are actually quite different. I think people should calm down and think rationally about ethical questions. Kass almost seems to think that people do their best moralizing when they're overcome with emotion. Listen to him try to angry up his reader's blood. People are repelled by many aspects of human cloning. They recoil from the prospect of mass production of human beings with large clones of lookalikes, compromised in their individuality, the idea of father-son or mother-daughter twins, the bizarre prospects of a woman giving birth to and rearing a genetic copy of herself, her spouse, or even her deceased father or mother, the grotesqueness of conceiving a child as an exact replacement for another who has died, the utilitarian creation of embryonic genetic duplicates of oneself to be frozen away or created when necessary, in case of need for homologous tissues or organs for transplantation, the narcissism of those who would clone themselves and the arrogance of others who think they know who deserves to be cloned, or which genotype any child to be should be thrilled to receive, the Frankensteinian hubris to create human life, and increasingly to control its destiny, man playing God. But the most amazing sentence in Kass' whole piece almost flies under radar. Revulsion is not an argument, and some of yesterday's repugnances are today calmly accepted, though, one must add, not always for the better. It's quite an admission. Even if his last clause is dramatic understatement, Kass still acknowledges that calm acceptance of yesterday's repugnances is sometimes for the better. And on reflection, that list is very long. Vaccination, girls, dissection, religious toleration, kissing, C-sections, interracial marriage, paying for parking, colonoscopies, amputation of gangrenous tissue, double yuck, sex, Indian food, male nurses. Some of these continue to disgust me. I feel faint if I even look at a syringe. Still, if I think I need a shot, I try to calm down and do what I think not feel is the right thing. My point is not that repugnance is less than 100% reliable. 100% reliability is a silly standard. My point is that repugnance is habitually unreliable. In any case, there are several useful ways to test the wisdom of repugnance. Under what conditions do we justifiably discount repugnance? For starters, 1. When the repugnant thing is unfamiliar. In retrospect, new things often seem repugnant merely because we haven't experienced them before. When a hero kisses a heroine in a movie, my sons flee in horror. Once they have personal experience, I predict their views will change. 2. When a repugnant thing involves bodily fluids and the inner workings of the human body. There's no way around it. Dissection is gross. Fortunately, some people are rational enough to overcome their natural disgust, secure in the knowledge that A, the dead feel no pain, and B, they might learn how to help the living. 3. When other people encourage our repugnance. If a classroom full of kids sees you eat a chocolate-covered bug, they'll all go, ew, in unison. They'd probably be less judgmental one-on-one. 4. When we easily get used to it. While deliberate exposure tends to reduce our negative emotions about almost anything, we get used to some things much more quickly than others. Why? Because we often learn that all things considered, it isn't nearly as bad as we imagined. Think about how completely we've adjusted to widespread in vitro fertilization. It's a repugnant procedure to describe. But when you see happy parents holding their test tube baby, the folly of our initial repugnance is plain. Compared to the great good of life, a little yuckiness is nothing. Frankly, I don't see how Cass could deny my points. He almost surely agrees that mankind has repeatedly done the right thing by putting repugnance aside. I'm equally sure, though, that he'd insist that we should stick with our gut reaction to human cloning. Yet notice, human cloning fits all 4 criteria for when we should discount our repugnance. It's totally unfamiliar. It involves bodily fluids and the inner workings of the human body. Other people, like Cass himself, encourage our repugnance, and it's pretty obvious that if clones walked among us, we would get used to them lickety-split. If Cass himself met a clone, I doubt he'd tell him, "You should never have come into existence." And before long, he probably wouldn't even say such things to himself. December 11th, 2009. How would we really treat mutants? In the X-Men comics, TV series, and movies, normal humans instinctively treat superpowered mutants with fear and disgust. The popular mutant policy options are A. Register them as deadly weapons. B. Preemptively imprison them, or C. Kill them one and all. Is this how real-world humans would actually react to the emergence of superhumans? I seriously doubt it. As long as the mutants accepted conventional norms of their societies, we'd treat them like celebrities or sports stars. Each country would take nationalistic pride in their mutants, just as each country now takes pride in their freakishly talented countrymen in the Olympics. Of course, popular acceptance wouldn't extend to mutants who openly embraced or acted upon an ideology of mutant supremacy. But as long as mutants spoke like loyal citizens of their nations of origin, we'd treat them better, not worse, than normal. We'd fawn on mutants even if they were arrogant jerks. See the folks on the covers of our supermarket tabloids. My main doubt: how many bad apples in the mutant community would it take to turn public opinion against their kind? Suppose 5% of mutants tried to kill off our leaders and assume dictatorial control. If they failed, perhaps we'd try to intern the remaining 95%, leading to mutant polarization, leading to human polarization, with only one side left alive in the end. On reflection, though, even this scenario doesn't hold water. If 5% of mutants tried to seize power, existing authorities would almost certainly recruit the remaining 95% to defend themselves, and hasten to add that the best defense is a good offense. If the US and USSR could competitively embrace former Nazi scientists after World War II, it's hard to believe that the world's leading governments would ever decide the only good mutant is a dead mutant. The leading slogan instead would be, "Our mutants have to beat their mutants." X-Men is a timeless parable of prejudice and group identity, but its hypothetical predictions aren't credible. December 27th, 2012. The worst they can do. All modern governments do terrible things during wartime. Most deliberately murder innocents. The rest at least recklessly endanger innocents. Morally speaking, all sides in any serious military conflict are led by war criminals. Unfortunately, however, these genuine insights often lead my fellow pacifists astray and hinder the quest for peace. The problem: people easily slide from the moral claim that the people running Government X are deliberately doing great evil to the descriptive claim that negotiation with the people running Government X is hopeless. When we're talking about modern governments, the two claims have little connection. How is that possible? Suppose Government X bombs one village in your country, killing 100 innocents. Before you spurn negotiation, you ought to ask, how does what X did compare with the worst X can do? If Government X had enough firepower to level 100 villages, the fact that they only destroyed one village raises a big question. How come they only did 1% of the evil that was in their power? There are many possible answers. Maybe they're saving their bombs for other victims. Maybe they're trying to trick you into surrendering so they can commit atrocities at their leisure, etc. But the most obvious explanation is, they feel at least a little bit guilty about killing innocents, so they're trying to kill the minimum number necessary to achieve their war aims. Morally speaking, that's a crummy excuse. Pragmatically speaking, however, it's a great opportunity. It's a chance to calm down and ask, what exactly are X's war aims? Would giving in to their demands really be so bad? Would they settle for a bit less? Etc. These seem like naive questions until you compare what your enemy is doing to the worst your enemy can do. Hawkish Americans should actually welcome these observations. Since the end of World War II, the United States has plainly not done the worst that it could do. Not even close. Imagine how much the US could have extorted by using its 4-year nuclear monopoly to the hilt. Picture what US occupation forces could have done to the communist parties of France and Italy. Think how easy it would have been for the US to assume control of the British, French, Dutch, and Japanese empires if it had been willing to summarily execute anti-colonial activists. The fact that the US government killed a few million innocent people, rather than a billion, is, to put it mildly, damning with faint praise. But it strongly suggests that even abjectly appeasing the United States was not only livable, but preferable to the Cold War that actually happened. Of course, some sides do approach the worst they can do, yes, the Nazis, but focusing on the ratio of actual to potential evildoing remains a powerful pacifist heuristic. Why? Because thanks to in-group bias, human beings readily rationalize their unrestrained evil-doing as the only non-suicidal response to their opponent's infinite evil. And if the rationalizers honestly tested their infinite evil hypothesis by picturing the worst their enemies can do, they would often have to reject the hypothesis. This would deprive them of their own lame excuse for limitless evil-doing. This could in turn undermine hawkish arguments on the other side, potentially starting a virtuous spiral. That's hardly a guarantee, but war is no guarantee either. Pacifists, I am dismayed to admit, have often apologized for totalitarian atrocities. Critics could claim that my worst they can do heuristic is a thinly veiled apology for Western atrocities. They should give me the benefit of the doubt. I'm not apologizing for anyone. My claim is simple. Peace requires negotiation, and the mere fact that one side has done great evil does not show that negotiation is futile. If you seek to weigh the viability of negotiation, it is far wiser to compare the ratio of actual to potential evil. Peacemakers of all parties should spread the word. March 24th, 2014. Pandemics and open borders. Does the current pandemic seal the case against open borders? Though I foresee many readers' incredulity, The correct answer is no way. Why not? Key point. Borders are already about 98% closed to immigration. As I've explained before, let C equal total number of immigrants, legal and illegal, who annually enter the U.S. under existing laws. Let F equal the total number of immigrants who would annually enter the U.S. under open borders. Under perfectly open borders, C equal F. Under perfectly closed borders, C equals 0. Where does the status quo fall on this continuum? The obvious metric. Open borders index equals C divided by F. With closed borders, the open borders index equals 0. With open borders, the open borders index equals 1. Regardless of your views on immigration, it's hard to see how your estimate of the actually existing open borders index could exceed 0.05. After all, there are hundreds of millions of people who would love to move to the U.S. just to shine our shoes. Which brings us to the crucial question. How much protection has 98% closed borders given us against the pandemic? The answer, virtually none. To successfully prevent the spread of infection, you would have to do vastly more than permanently stop immigration. You would also have to permanently stop both trade and tourism. As long as foreigners can fly over for a visit or unload their goods on our docks, foreigners can and will infect us with their diseases. Indeed, as long as natives can fly away for a visit or unload our goods on other countries' docks, natives can and will infect us with their diseases. The sad fact is that even very low, absolute levels of international contact have been more than sufficient to spread infection almost everywhere on Earth. The marginal cost of higher levels of contact is therefore minimal. Do you really think any countries in Europe would be much safer for long if they had merely stayed out of the EU? In fact, if you're focused solely on preventing the spread of infectious disease, immigrants are plainly better than tourists and sailors. Few would-be immigrants would be deterred by a mandatory health inspection prior to entry, because they expect large, long-run gains. For tourists and sailors, in contrast, a mandatory health inspection would often be a deal-breaker. Remember, even a simple visa requirement reduces tourism by an estimated 70%. Just imagine the effects of a serious medical exam for every entering or returning international traveler. Admittedly, you could bite the bullet of full isolation, but that's crazy. Hoxha's Albania and Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il's North Korea were awful for many reasons, but autarky was plainly high up on the list. And to repeat, to make this work, you can't simply keep foreigners out. You must also keep natives in, or at least tell them, once you leave, you can never come back. What about temporary travel restrictions to quarantine a severe international disease? As I've explained many times, I am not an absolutist. Given strong evidence that modest restrictions on mobility have dramatic benefits, such restrictions are justifiable intranationally as well as internationally. But that is and should be a high bar indeed. The freedom of movement that we have lost is the freedom of movement that we have denied to non-citizens for a century. March 24, 2020. Immigration versus social desirability bias. Consider the following specimens of social desirability bias. 1. This is my country. I would never want to live anywhere else. 2. Patriotism matters more than money. 3. I couldn't bear the thought of my children not growing up as citizens of my country of birth. 4. This is the greatest country in the world. 5. Nothing is more important than keeping our whole family together. 6. We're nothing without our traditions. 7. Our identity matters more than gold. 8. We've got to solve our country's problems our own way. 9. We don't need foreign help to build a better country. 10. My country, right or wrong. Claims like these are popular all over the world. No matter how awful their country is, people love to proclaim their undying devotion to folk and land. Why then have hundreds of millions of people left their countries of birth? Because the migrants don't literally believe this flowery talk. Though almost everyone voices these sentiments, actions speak louder than words. The act of migration says something like, 1. My country is subpar. I want to live somewhere better. 2. Money matters more than patriotism. 3. I can bear the thought of my children not growing up as citizens of my country of birth. 4. This is not the greatest country in the world, not even close. 5. Enjoying a higher standard of living is more important than keeping our extended family together. 6. We're going to dilute our traditions and adopt some foreign ones. 7. I would like more gold and less identity. 8. Our country isn't going to solve its problems its own way, so I'm moving to another country that has its act together. 9. I need foreign help to build a better life. 10. My country is a major disappointment to me. Quite a list of heresies. You could demur. This may be what migrants say with their actions. All the people who don't move, however, are saying the opposite. But this overlooks the glaring reality of draconian immigration restrictions. At least 1 billion people would migrate if it were legal. And since migration is a drastic step, belief in these heresies must be widespread indeed. My point: immigrants do what people aren't supposed to say. They are the living embodiment of the fact that nationalism and identity politics are mostly doth protest too much rhetoric, rather than earnest devotion. As I've explained before, note the stark contrast between how much people say they care about community and how lackadaisically they try to fulfill their announced desire. I've long been shocked by the fraction of people who call themselves religious who can't even bother to attend a weekly ceremony or speak a daily prayer. But religious devotion is fervent compared to secular communitarian devotion. How many self-styled communitarians have the energy to attend a weekly patriotic or ethnic meeting? To spend a few hours a week watching patriotic or ethnically themed television and movies? To utter a daily toast to their nation or people? The main reason people resent immigration is probably just xenophobia, but a secondary reason, plausibly, is that every immigrant is a tiny beacon of unwelcome candor. The act of immigration says, trying to fix my country of birth is a fool's errand. The people I grew up with are hopeless. Instead, I'm going to personally fix my own life by moving to a new country that works. It won't be perfect, but I'm willing to suffer for years to make the switch. As an iconoclast myself, I love what the act of immigration says. Most people, however, hear the implied heresy and recoil. June 24th, 2020. I'm too busy fighting tyranny to feed my family. Suppose your Facebook friend John is a political junkie. Every day, he floods your newsfeed with the latest political news and op-eds. He provides play-by-play coverage of protests and rallies around the globe. He travels hundreds of miles every week to personally attend these events. In virtually every case, you agree with John. If we all listened to John, you're sure the world would be a far better place. After a while, though, you start to wonder about John. How does he hold down a job? You soon discover that John lost his job years ago and hasn't bothered to find another. Anytime John gets a little money, he spends it on bus tickets, computer upgrades, and other activist paraphernalia. As a result, his children are hungry and ragged. When criticized, John angrily responds, "I'm too busy fighting tyranny to feed my family." I think you'll agree that John is a terrible human being. Why? Because his priorities are demented. Political activism is a luxury. Before you engage in this luxury, you must satisfy your basic responsibilities to provide for yourself and your family. Now, if John's activism had a high probability of drastically changing the world for the better, his behavior might be defensible. Maybe it was okay for von Stauffenberg to endanger the lives of his 5 children to overthrow Hitler and end World War II. But if John is merely a run-of-the-mill political junkie, one voice out of millions, letting his children go hungry for the cause is inexcusable. Why bring this up? When I point out that would-be immigrants are trying to save themselves and their families from hellish third-world conditions, my critics often respond, they ought to stay home and try to fix their broken political systems. In other words, my critics are admonishing the global poor to heed the example of John the feckless activist. Thus, suppose Jacques the desperate Haitian father has an opportunity to escape to Miami, where he can shine shoes and send money home to feed his kids. Instead, he chooses to let his kids go hungry, so he stays in Port-au-Prince and fights tyranny with political leaflets and soapbox speeches. Noble, no more than John. The righteous man knows that meeting his family responsibilities is more important than playing Don Quixote. The case against activism is even stronger if, as usual, the activist is deeply confused. Knowing that your country's policies are awful doesn't magically tell you how to improve them. In the real world, activists who successfully stand up to tyranny often end up making bad situations worse. Indeed, triumphant activists routinely give new meaning to the word tyranny. See Lenin, Hitler, and Mao for starters. When critics of immigration urge desperately poor people to stay home and fix their political systems, they're doubly obtuse. Not only are they urging people to neglect their basic responsibilities in favor of the luxury of political activism, they're urging people who know virtually nothing about policy or politics to get involved, and quite possibly make their countries even worse. What should humble people born into third world misery do? Stay the course. Do your best to provide for your family. Keep trying to escape to the first world and get the best job you can. Remember that activism is a luxury if you know what you're talking about, and a pestilence if you don't. The people who follow this advice aren't just fulfilling their basic responsibilities. They are doing far more to improve their homelands than the vast majority of political junkies ever will. January 30th, 2014. Part 4, Selling Freedom. The Conservative Missionary. I had a blast at Wednesday's libertarianism versus conservatism debate at Cato. It's great to see students who care enough about fundamental ideas to publicly argue about them. Some attendees would have preferred a more focused topic, but I would have just slightly tweaked it to why libertarians should be conservatives, why conservatives should be libertarians. Persuading skeptics is usually more engaging than merely defending your position. If I were on the conservative team, here's the opening statement I would have delivered. Why libertarians should be conservatives. Liberty is an extremely important value. Unfortunately, most libertarians act like it's the only value that really counts. There's a lot more to life than liberty: happiness, prosperity, equality, virtue, culture, common decency, and even survival. Sophisticated libertarians will naturally object that liberty is great for all of these other values, too. Often they're right, but not always. Liberty and these other values sometimes conflict, and there's no reason why liberty should always prevail. Let's start with the area where libertarians and conservatives have the most common ground: economic policy. Libertarians have convincingly shown that free markets are underrated. So far, we agree. But there's more than a kernel of truth to liberal complaints about the conflict between markets on the one hand and prosperity, equality, and common decency on the other. We have a lot more government intervention than we should, but just as liberals exaggerate the benefits of government, libertarians exaggerate its defects. Judiciously halving government's role in the economy is reasonable. Laissez-faire in the face of monopoly, imperfect information, irrationality, externalities, and other textbook market failures is not. Outside of economics, libertarians make the same basic mistake. But here, they're not alone. Many liberals also downplay the conflict between personal freedom and other values, and libertarians compound their error by being even more absolutist. Restrictions on drug use are a clear violation of individual freedom, but they also protect families from seeing their children turn into junkies. Would I ban alcohol? No, there are plenty of responsible users, but I do favor many existing government policies that try to limit the collateral damage of alcohol age limits, sin taxes, licensing, and maybe even rehab programs. I am open to the argument that marijuana deserves comparable treatment, but unlike libertarians and many liberals, I think we should cautiously modify existing laws instead of abolishing them willy-nilly. If marijuana legalization proves a resounding success, we can talk about harder drugs in 2 or 3 decades. I see the same problem with immigration policy. A few liberals and many libertarians literally advocate open borders. I recognize that immigration is the greatest foreign aid program in human history, and I sympathize with the plight of would-be immigrants in the third world. Most immigrants, legal or not, are nice people. But open borders is crazy. It seriously risks killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. I'm very open to more cost-effective and humane ways to deal with the negative effects of immigration. But as long as immigrants are eligible for government benefits, hurt low-skilled native workers, and vote, the only people we should readily admit are the highly educated and clear-cut humanitarian cases. I'd put Haitians in the latter category. Asking Mexicans to live on $10,000 a year in Mexico is reasonable, but asking Haitians to starve in post-earthquake Haiti is a disgrace. Finally, let me turn to foreign policy. Here again, liberals engage in much wishful thinking, and libertarians compound their errors. Modern warfare is terrible. Most of the people the United States kills in places like Iraq and Afghanistan are innocents. If there were some way to spare them and successfully fight our mortal enemies at the same time, I'd strongly advocate it. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be any way to do so. Muslim terrorists really do want to wipe us off the face of the earth, and they're happy to use fellow Muslims as human shields to do it. I know, they only murdered 3,000 people on 9/11s, but the distribution of terror has a long right tail. Slightly better planning by the terrorists could have multiplied the deaths by a factor of 10. The next big attack could easily be bigger by a factor of 100. And if you think Americans overreacted the first time, wait and see what they'll support the next time around. Liberals and libertarians who impede decisive action now are probably paving the way for worse things to come. A downward spiral that makes World War I look benign by comparison. I wish it weren't so, but that's the sad world we live in. Don't get me wrong, I treasure the libertarian contribution to modern political thought. Where would conservatives be without libertarian economists to expose the defects of government intervention? Libertarians are a valuable conscience on the conservative shoulder asking us, why not freedom? But in the real world, there are often good reasons to respond, here's why not. Sometimes, in all good conscience, we must admit that the effect of liberty on other important values is too costly to pay. July 16, 2010. The Libertarian Missionary. You've already heard from the conservative missionary, the hypothetical conservative debater eager to convert libertarians to his side. Now it's time for the libertarian missionary to take the podium. Why conservatives should be libertarians. I agree with my conservative opponent that there are many important values. I will accept his whole list: happiness, prosperity, equality, virtue, culture, common decency, and survival. And I agree that all of these values conceivably conflict with liberty. But like other conservatives, my opponent is too quick to deny priority for liberty, and much too quick to confidently announce that serious conflicts exist. Liberty is not just another important value, it is a moral constraint on the pursuit of other values. Consider the classic thought experiment where 5 people require organ transplants to survive. Almost everyone grants that it would be wrong for a doctor to murder a stranger to save his patients' lives. It might be noble for the stranger to volunteer, but taking his organs without his consent is wrong, even if it leads to a better overall outcome. The standard response to this experiment is to raise the stakes. What if the doctor could save 1,000,000 lives instead of 5? This is a good objection to absolutism, but the weaker conclusion you shouldn't violate liberty unless you can reasonably expect a much better outcome still stands. In any case, conservatives are too quick to accept alleged conflicts between liberty and other values. My opponent mentions standard market failure arguments against laissez-faire, but the connection between these arguments and major government programs is tenuous at best. Take Social Security, the biggest program in the U.S. budget. Conservatives want to curtail this program, but why won't they go further? My challenge: name the market failure that leads people to neglect their own retirement. Irrationality is the only credible candidate, but this would at most justify forced savings for the irresponsible minority, nothing like the universal program we have. Still, when faced with an alleged conflict between economic liberty and other values, conservatives often show a healthy skepticism. Outside of economic policy, unfortunately, they leave their healthy skepticism behind. Take drug prohibition. Alcohol ruins far more lives, destroys more families, and kills more bystanders than all illegal drugs put together. Conservatives barely think about this problem, but they're confident that we should keep fighting the drug war for the foreseeable future. Unlike some libertarians, I agree that prohibition reduces consumption, but probably not by much. See the Netherlands or Portugal. And after the American experiment in alcohol prohibition, or Econ 101, conservatives can't reasonably deny that violent crime and adulterated products are largely side defects, effects not of drugs, but of drug prohibition. Liberty will save lives, and when it does, conservatives should support it even if it isn't popular. Conservative opposition to immigration is even more disturbing. Immigration promotes almost every value my opponent mentions, especially for the low-skilled workers he wants to exclude. Life in the third world ranges from hard to hellish. Just letting an immigrant move here to work at Walmart spreads happiness, prosperity, equality, common decency, and yes, survival. The economically illiterate assume, of course, that immigrants' gains come at the expense of the native population. But conservatives know better. International trade enriches the people of both countries, even if they're trading labor. Yes, some American subgroups lose. But Borjas himself, the most prominent detractor of immigration in economics, estimates that decades of immigration have cut high school dropouts' long-run wages by a mere 4.8%. And before you worry about the effect of immigration on the welfare state, remember that the American welfare state focuses on the old and the sick, and immigrants tend to be young and healthy. I know I'm not going to convince conservatives to join me in calling for open borders, but it's crazy to call open borders crazy. The U.S. had virtually open borders for over a century, and it was a tremendous success. Mass migration didn't kill the goose that lay the golden eggs. Instead, the golden geese multiplied like rabbits. It's possible that immigrants will vote to destroy the system that attracted them, but unlikely. Immigrants come here because they prefer life here to life at home. It wouldn't take a marketing genius to win them over to the cause of American liberty. Finally, let's turn to foreign policy. I don't know whether respecting the rights of innocents conflicts with our survival. Neither do you. The war on terror might deter future attacks by putting the fear of God into our enemies. It might inspire future attacks by enraging otherwise harmless people who see their families die by American hands. It could go either way. This isn't wishful thinking, it's honest ignorance. If you disagree, I will bet you, but since you claim knowledge and I claim ignorance, I want odds. And honest ignorance isn't worth killing for, especially when the victims are innocents. Conservatives' greatest strength is their skepticism of government, but they aren't nearly skeptical enough. When government solves dubious problems by dubious means, abolition, not moderation, is the sober solution. And the burden of proof shouldn't fall on those who oppose the status quo, but on those who deprive their fellow human beings of their liberty. July 19, 2010. Progressive Libertarian, the alliance that isn't. My one big disagreement with Ed Gleaser's great piece on housing deregulation is when he says, reforming local land use controls is one of those rare areas in which the libertarian and the progressive agree. The current system restricts the freedom of the property owner and also makes life harder for poorer Americans. The politics of zoning reform may be hard, but our land use regulations are badly in need of rethinking. Actually, there are 4 other big areas where the two ideologies converge. 1. Immigration. Immigration restrictions deprive billions of basic liberties, impoverish the world, and do so on the backs of the global poor, most of whom are non-white. 2. Occupational licensing. Licensing laws bar tens of millions of people from switching to more lucrative and socially valuable occupations, all to benefit richer insiders at the expense of poorer outsiders. 3. War, especially the war on terror. Since 2002, the U.S. has literally spent trillions fighting the quantitatively tiny problem of terrorism by waging non-stop wars in the Middle East. We don't know what the Middle East would have looked like if the U.S. had stayed out, but it's hard to believe it would be worse, and there's no end in sight. 4. The criminal justice system, especially the war on drugs. Hundreds of thousands of non-violent people, disproportionately poor and non-white, are in prison. Why? to stop willing consumers from doing what they want with their own bodies. These four issues are so massive, you'd expect a staunch progressive libertarian alliance would have been forged long ago. But of course it hasn't. Why not? Some progressives flatly disagree with one or more of these policies. See Bernie Contra, open borders. But the bigger stumbling block is that progressives place far lower priority on these issues than libertarians. That includes war, unless the Republicans hold the White House. Why not? I regretfully invoke my simplistic theory of left and right. The heart of the left isn't helping the poor or reducing inequality or even minority rights. The heart of the left is being anti-market. With some honorable exceptions, very few leftists are capable of being excited about deregulation of any kind. And even the leftists who do get excited about well-targeted deregulation get far more excited about stamping out the hydra-headed evils of the market. Can we make parallel accusations against libertarians? Sure. The second half of my simplistic theory says the heart of the right is being anti-left. Since most libertarians loosely identify with the right, stubbornly focusing on housing, immigration, licensing, peace, and criminal justice is dry. Though these 5 areas are plausibly the biggest and most harmful abridgments of human freedom on earth, it's more exciting for libertarians to dwell on symbolic issues that drive the left to apoplexy. Prove me wrong, kids. Prove me wrong. June 22nd, 2017. What's libertarian about betting? I'm a libertarian and a betting man. Is there any connection between the two? The facile answer is that reality has a well-known libertarian bias. On some level I believe this, but it's a subtle, long-run bias. Confidently betting on libertarian stereotypes hardly strikes me as a viable get-rich-quick scheme. The sound answer is far more complex. It begins with a simple observation. Advocates of government action typically make extreme claims. They make extreme claims about how awful things will be if government does nothing, and they make extreme claims about how much better things will be if government heeds them. Disagree. Imagine a hawk advocating an invasion of Libya. He could say, invading reduces the risk of disaster from 54% to 52%, so it passes a cost-benefit test. But I've never heard a hawk make such an argument. A typical defense is rather, we can stand here, do nothing, and let Libya collapse into bloody chaos. Or we can take a stand and set things right once and for all. Or imagine a proponent of the minimum wage conceding, there's a 30% chance that the minimum wage actually hurts the poor by increasing unemployment. But there's a 70% chance that wage gains outweigh the disemployment effects, so we should totally throw the dice. That's not how friends of the minimum wage talk. Instead, they'll declare something like, every hardworking American deserves to earn a decent wage, and the minimum wage ensures that every hardworking American gets the decent wage he deserves. Why are proponents of government action so prone to hyperbole? Because it's rhetorically effective, of course. You need wild claims and flowery words to whip up public enthusiasm for government action. Sober weighing of probability, cost, and benefit damns with faint praise and fails to overcome public apathy. Now, suppose my betting norm were universally accepted. Any public figure who refuses to bet large sums on his literal statements is an instant laughingstock, a figure of fun. What happens? Political hyperbole ends for politicians and pundits alike. Hysterical doomsaying and promises of utopia vanish from public discourse. No one serious can afford them. As a result, it becomes very rhetorically difficult to make the case for government to do anything, or at least anything new. Without an inspiring case for government action, government sits still. Utilitarians will swiftly protest. As long as expected benefits exceed expected costs, government should act. They might even add, nothing's more inspiring than passing each and every law with expected net benefits. But this misses the point. Most people aren't utilitarians. They're not even close. Honest, modest utilitarian arguments leave psychologically normal humans unmoved, and without popular support, democracy lies dormant. Why bother? Kills yes we can. So, what's libertarian about betting? It stifles hyperbole, the fuel of big government. Machiavellian non-libertarians will naturally conclude that honesty is overrated. But this too is a bitter pill. A few can cope with the admission that the policies they love rest on errors and thrive on lies. But everyone else will at least wonder if they should give liberty a chance. September 30th, 2015. Libertarianism against the welfare state, a refresher. I'm a hardcore libertarian who defines libertarianism broadly. If you think voluntarism is seriously underrated and government is seriously overrated, you're a libertarian in my book. I also strive to treat others with common decency regardless of their political views. That includes libertarian apostates. People sometimes cease to be libertarians even on my broad definition, and when that happens, the proper reaction is not anger and ostracism, but friendliness and curiosity. In recent years, I've heard many libertarians expressing newfound appreciation for the welfare state. This is most pronounced at the Niskanen Center, but that's only part of a broader trend. If the revisionist position were a clear-cut, sure, most of the welfare state is terrible, but the rest of okay. We should cut social spending by 80%, not 100%. Their libertarian credentials would not be at issue. When libertarians start describing Danish flexicurity with deep admiration, however, I don't just doubt their libertarian commitment. More importantly, I wonder why they change their minds. And to be honest, the more I listen to them, the more I wonder. The most enlightening path, I think, is to restate what I see as the standard libertarian case against the welfare state, and find out exactly where they demur. Here goes. Soft core case. 1. Universal social programs that help everyone are folly. Regardless of your political philosophy, taxing everyone to help everyone makes no sense. 2. In the US, along with virtually every other country, most government social spending is devoted to these indefensible universal programs, Social Security, Medicare, and K-12 public education for starters. 3. Social programs, universal or means-tested, give people perverse incentives, discouraging work, planning, and self-insurance. The programs give recipients very bad incentives. The taxes required to fund the programs give everyone moderately bad incentives. The more generous the programs, the worse the collateral damage. As a result, even programs carefully targeted to help the truly poor often fail a cost-benefit test. And while libertarians need not favor every government act that passes the cost-benefit test, they should at least oppose every government act that fails it. 4. Helping people sounds good. Complaining about perverse incentives sounds bad. Since humans focus on how policies sound, rather than what they actually achieve, governments have a built-in tendency to adopt and preserve social programs that fail a cost-benefit test. Upshot, we should view even seemingly promising social programs with a skeptical eye. Medium core case. 5. There is a plausible moral case for social programs that help people who are absolutely poor through no fault of their own. Otherwise, the case falters. 6. Absolutely poor. When Jean Valjean steals a loaf of bread to save his sister's son, he has a credible excuse. By extension, so does a government program to tax strangers to feed Valjean's nephew. If Valjean steals a smartphone to amuse his sister's son, though, his excuse falls flat, and so does a government program designed to do the same. 7. No fault of their own. Why you're poor matters. Starving because you're born blind is morally problematic. Starving because you drink yourself into a stupor every day is far less so. Indeed, you might call it just desserts. 8. Existing means-tested programs generally run afoul of one or both conditions. Even if the welfare state did not exist, few people in first-world countries would be absolutely poor. And most poor people engage in a lot of irresponsible behavior. Check out any ethnography of poverty. 9. First-world welfare states provide a popular rationale for restricting immigration from countries where absolute poverty is rampant. They're just coming to sponge off of us. 8. Given the rarity of absolute poverty in the first world and the massive labor market benefits of migration from the third world to the first, it is therefore likely that existing welfare states make global absolute poverty worse. Hardcore case. 10. Ambiguity about what constitutes absolute poverty and irresponsible behavior should be resolved in favor of taxpayers, not recipients. Coercion is not acceptable when justification is debatable. 11. If private charity can provide for people in absolute poverty through no fault of their own, there is no good reason for government to use tax dollars to do so. The best way to measure the adequacy of private charity is to put it to the test by abolishing existing social programs. 12. Consider the best-case scenario for forced charity. Someone is absolutely poor through no fault of his own, and there are no disincentive effects of transfers or taxes. Even here, the moral case for forced charity is much less plausible than it looks. Think of the Good Samaritan. Did he do a noble deed or merely fulfill his minimal obligation? Patriotic brainwashing notwithstanding, our fellow citizens are strangers, and the moral intuition that helping strangers is supererogatory is hard to escape. And even if you think the opposite, can you honestly deny that it's debatable? If so, how can you in good conscience coerce dissenters? Personally, I embrace all 12 theses, but even the softcore case implies radical opposition to the welfare state as it currently exists. My questions for lapsed critics of the welfare state: precisely which theses do you reject, and what's the largest welfare state consistent with the theses you accept? March 7th, 2016. ADHD shall save us. Back in 2012, I wrote, "The median American is no Nazi, but he is a moderate National Socialist statist to the core on both economic and social policy. Given public opinion, the policies of first-world democracies are surprisingly libertarian. Since then, popular yearning for National Socialism has grown even more pronounced. But I still don't expect policies to get too much worse. The same psychological force that thwarted the masses' wishes before 2012 continues to shield us. What is that force? For want of a better term, ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Populist policy preferences go hand in hand with intellectual laziness and intellectual impatience. As a result, populist voters fail to hold their leaders' feet to the proverbial fire, allowing wiser, elitist heads to prevail. Take protectionism. Keeping imports out of our country is perennially popular. Never mind centuries of economics classes on the wonders of comparative advantage. The masses are convinced that cheap foreign products make us poorer. Given public opinion, then, it's amazing that trade barriers are as low as they are. What's particularly striking is that presidential candidates routinely make protectionist noises to curry favor with the masses. Once elected, however, they get convenient amnesia. Why would vote-seeking politicians show so little follow-through? Because talking about foreign trade, titillating at first, gets old fast, and actually measuring the change in trade barriers bores the masses instantly. As a result, protectionist promises are cheap to break. The masses delight to hear politicians vow to get tough on China, but they don't want to have to think about Chinese imports months after the election, much less monitor their leaders' concrete efforts to cut China down to size. The same goes for the war on terror. Americans were quick to back the Afghanistan and Iraq wars in their early stages. After all, they were angry. But after a year or two, their minds wandered. If they combined their anger with determination and follow-through, we'd now be well into World War III. Millions would be dead, and American soldiers would occupy most of the Middle East, fending off 10,000 guerrilla armies. ADHD spared us these horrors. Emotionally, I look down on the public's ADHD. When I get an idea into my head, it stays there until someone, possibly myself, argues me out of it. I'm a Puritan. Once convinced something is true, I tenaciously act on it. But I'm the first to admit that these are conditional virtues. If you've genuinely figured out the right thing to do, determination and follow-through are wonderful. Otherwise, though, they're a menace. Mankind can and should shape up across the board, but it won't. I will bet on it. And since mankind won't discover a passion for rationality anytime soon, we should be thankful its ADHD isn't going away either. February 1st, 2016. The expected human. The day my latest son was born, I quoted Julian Simon. One spring day about 1969, I visited the U.S. Aid Office on the outskirts of Washington, D.C. to discuss a project intended to lower fertility in less developed countries. I arrived early for my appointment, so I strolled outside in the warm sunshine. Below the building's plaza, I noticed a road sign that said Iwo Jima Memorial. There came to me the memory of reading a eulogy delivered by a Jewish chaplain over the dead on the battlefield at Iwo Jima, saying something like, "How many who would have been a Mozart or a Michelangelo or an Einstein have we buried here?" And then I thought, have I gone crazy? What business do I have trying to help arrange it that fewer human beings will be born, each one of whom might be a Mozart or a Michelangelo or an Einstein, or simply a joy to his or her family and community, and a person who will enjoy life? When I was Googling for this quote, I came across Herman Dallas' review of Simon's The Resourceful Earth. This passage jumped out. A further reason adduced by Simon for population growth is the genius argument. With 4,000 births, there is a better chance of getting an Einstein or a Mozart than with only 40 births. Inept as this argument is in ignoring the unique combination of nature and nurture underlying genius, it should at least have occurred to Simon that the chances of getting another Hitler or Caligula likewise increase. There are two arguments here. The first is ludicrous. Genius is a unique combination of nature and nurture. Therefore, it's inept to think a larger population increases the chance of getting more geniuses. But Dallas' second argument that a bigger population will have more monsters as well as more geniuses is one that any economist can appreciate. What should we make of this argument? 1. The existence of human civilization shows that on average, human beings' capacity for creation exceeds their capacity for destruction. History's Hitlers and Caligulas have taken big bites out of progress, but look around. The non-monsters have created far more than the monsters have destroyed. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here to ponder this question. 2. What about the marginal human? It's admittedly conceivable that the average human adds value, but the marginal human reduces it. How would you measure the contribution of the marginal human? The simplest approach: check whether the marginal human is, over his entire lifetime, self-supporting in present value terms. A small fraction of people, such as violent criminals, long-term welfare recipients, the chronically sick, and politicians probably don't pass this test. But even people who earn minimum wage probably do. If you average the good and the bad, the expected value of the marginal human remains comfortably positive. 3. What if you adjust your calculations to account for the externalities of the marginal human? Simon would remind us that the marginal human creates both positive and negative externalities. He might even add that the existence of civilization suggests that positive externalities greatly outweigh the negatives. Still, the laws of diminishing marginal utility of goods and increasing marginal disutility of bads provide some reason to think that the marginal human adds less than the average human. But is it plausible that this effect is large enough to turn the value of the expected human negative? In his review, Daly resents Simon's suggestion that critics of population growth are misanthropists. Neo-Malthusians would agree with Simon that 10 billion people are better than 2 billion, as long as they are not all alive at the same time. Yet on reflection, misanthropy has two slightly different meanings. A misanthrope could be someone who wishes that people had never been born. But that's a rather extreme form of misanthropy. The more common version, perfectly captured in Molière's greatest play, is simply having a low opinion of people. In this sense, neo-Malthusians are indeed misanthropists. They expect the marginal human to be more trouble than he's worth. September 17, 2009. The Mellow Heuristic. No one protested me when I spoke at Oberlin College last week. Topic: the myth of the rational voter. A few days later, however, Oberlin showed factual feminist Christina Hoff Sommers a rather different face. The entrance to the classroom where Sommers spoke was surrounded by flyers accusing her of supporting rapists. F***K anti-feminists, read one sign. The students responsible for the safe space were more polite, although they did joke about biting people they disagreed with, and promised to zealously guard their precious space from toxic, dangerous, and/or violent people, anyone who did not share their perspective, in other words. Summers told Reason that the most bizarre form of protest was the students who sat in the front row during her talk with their mouths taped shut. They just stared, she said. Others did more than stare. They interrupted and booed whenever Summers said something that irked them. At one point, a philosophy professor in the audience stood up and called for civility. They mocked him and yelled at him to sit down, according to Summers. I know a lot about the science of gender, so the crowd's poor behavior has little effect on my views. But I must confess, if I knew less, this would be a perfect time to apply what I call the mellow heuristic. The mellow heuristic is a rule of thumb for adjudicating intellectual disputes when directly relevant information is scarce. The rule has 2 steps. Step 1. Look at how emotional each side is. Step 2. Assume the less emotional side is right and the more emotional side is wrong. Why should we believe the mellow heuristic tracks truth? Most obviously, because emotionality drowns out clear thinking, and clear thinking tends to lead to truth. The more emotional people are, the less clear thinking they do, so the less likely they are to be right. Furthermore, people who hope to persuade others normally highlight their strongest evidence. So if advocates of a view spend most of their time emoting on you, it is reasonable to infer that they lack better evidence. And sides with low-quality evidence are also less likely to be right. Like all heuristics, the mellow heuristic is imperfect. If Hannibal Lecter debated one of his traumatized victims, the mellow heuristic would probably conclude that Lecter was in the right. But it's a good heuristic, nonetheless. On average, the calm really are more reliable than the agitated. On some level, you already know this. That's why you tell yourself, calm down when the costs of error are high. If you don't trust yourself to reach the truth when you're upset, why would you trust strangers who aren't even trying to keep their emotions in check? April 24th, 2015. Against veneration. Ye venerate me, but what if your veneration should someday collapse? Take heed lest a statue crush you. Ye say ye believe in Zarathustra? But of what account is Zarathustra? Ye are my believers, but of what account are all believers? Friedrich Nietzsche. Thus spoke Zarathustra. I have close friends who venerate Adam Smith, John Rawls, Friedrich Hayek, James Buchanan, John Maynard Keynes, Ayn Rand, John Stuart Mill, Ludwig von Mises, Paul Samuelson, Deirdre McCloskey, Eleanor Ostrom, Hannah Arendt, Alexis de Tocqueville, David Hume, Murray Rothbard, Paul Krugman, or Thomas Jefferson. Venerate. I choose the word with care. Venerates X means far more than admires X's intellectual achievements. It means rather than you, A, ascribe superlative and wide-ranging intellectual insight to X, and B, energetically lobby to get X ample credit for their supposedly remarkable intellectual contributions. Thus, people who venerate Hayek don't merely say, Hayek made several fruitful points. People who venerate Hayek maintain that Hayek's work is packed with wisdom and persistently advertise Hayek's genius to the world. This veneration of the great names mystifies me on 2 levels. First, the standard idols just seem overrated. I've read everyone on the preceding list. When I was a teenager, I venerated a few of them myself. The more I learned, however, the less impressive even my favorites seemed. At this point in my life, not a one fills me with awe. Sure, they're all smart. Sure, they all made interesting observations. But once you set aside the halo effect, each and every one is, in his own way, a massive letdown. How so? Some of the great names are comically dogmatic. Others make frequent glaring logical errors. Some love hyperbole. Others mask banalities in pompous academic prose. Some were great for their time. Others have been overrated from the get-go. Some simply lived before events and discoveries that seriously discredit their life's work. Others manage to be equally oblivious despite an epistemically advantageous birth year. Call me hard to please, but after a thorough read, I don't see why any of the canonical intellectual idols deserve my veneration, or anyone's. Second, lobbying on the idol's behalf seems overrated as well. Suppose I'm wrong about one of the great names. Maybe Adam Smith really is the cat's meow. I still have to ask, what's the point of loudly and repeatedly declaring his awesomeness? I can understand why you would want to publicize Smith's great arguments. Great arguments are what takes rational minds from error to truth. But habitually talking about the man himself seems like a colossal distraction. I guess you could claim that today's Adam Smith worship motivates the Smiths of the future. Oh, promising grad student, if you become as great as Smith was, one day you too will have acolytes who devote their careers to singing your praises. But it's hard to believe that this has more than a tiny effect on current thinkers' intellectual effort. Indeed, if history's great names get too much praise, it's easy to imagine current thinkers reducing their effort in abject frustration. You'll never match the glorious achievements of Adam Smith, so why bother? Many will assume that I'm trying to smash existing idols to clear the way for my personal favorites. There's a kernel of truth here. When I hear superlative and wide-ranging intellectual insight, the people who come to my mind are none of the great names, but Phil Tetlock and Mike Huemer. Yet in all candor, I don't venerate them either. Venerate the living? That's cultish. Kidding aside, I'm confident Tetlock and Huemer are glad not to be venerated. Truly great thinkers cherish meritocratic intellectual exchange, not odes to their own greatness. But, you may ask, where's the harm in veneration? Above all else, veneration taxes the search for truth. Once you idolize a thinker, it's hard to calmly weigh his arguments. Perverse nepotism sets in. Take heed lest a statue crush you. Don't believe me? Imagine if I randomly inserted some trite words into the works of whatever thinker you most venerate. Wouldn't you be sorely tempted, by hook or by crook, to spin my forgery as yet another expression of your idol's genius? Finally, you could insist. Veneration may be objectively silly, but it brings meaning to many lives. A tempting plea, but what of the opportunity cost? We could take the brain power we squander on mortal thinkers and spend it instead on immortal arguments. Just picture it. We don't have to settle for meaning alone. We can have truth as well. November 8th, 2018. How you can find socialism in a capitalist world. Before and after my capitalism versus socialism debate with Elizabeth Brunig, we had quite a while to chat. While I was nonplussed by her case for socialism, she was quite gracious in person. There are probably plenty of socialists like her, nice people who find capitalism disgusting, which gets me thinking, if capitalism made my flesh crawl and I knew socialism wasn't coming anytime soon, how would I cope? What is the best way for a can-do socialist to find socialism in a capitalist world? Step 1. Live very modestly. Shop at Walmart, or better yet, Aldous. Move to a low-cost part of the country. Don't own a car, just take the bus or Uber if you must. Get books and DVDs from the library. Buy durables at estate sales. They're practically giving furniture away. Use a 5-year-old phone. Victims of consumerism may scoff at your frugal lifestyle, but you know that real happiness comes from autonomy and community. Step 2. Cheat the rat race. If you want to consume lots of luxury products, you'll probably have to run capitalist rat races for decades. But if you practice personal austerity, you have flexibility. You can take a low-paid full-time job you enjoy. You can take a better-paid part-time job you don't enjoy. You can run the standard rat race for 5, 10, or 15 years, then shock your coworkers by retiring, or any mix thereof. Step 3. Get some roommates who share your values. You aren't really living socialism until you live in a commune. Start by recruiting family members and close friends, then expand from there. Sure, many landlords will object, but shop around until you find some outliers. And remember, you can approximate a commune just by living in the same apartment complex as your comrades. Step 4. Delay childbearing until you found a livable escape from the rat race. If you're an eco-socialist, of course, you might want to avoid kids altogether. If and when you have kids, don't compromise with the outside world. No kid needs Nikes or iPads. Step 5. Avoid capitalist vices. When greedy businesses try to sell you alcohol, sugar, tobacco, or illegal drugs, just say no. To repeat, real happiness comes from autonomy and community, not ephemeral and addictive stimulants. The top objection to my advice, I expect, will be that it's imperfect. What if a socialist doesn't want to work a square job for a single second? This objection is true but childish. In the real world, there are no perfect solutions. You have to game the system as best you can. If I were a socialist, I would use my playbook. You could also object that my approach is tantamount to surrender. I'm teaching people how to endure capitalism instead of how to end it. Reply: why not be the change you want to see in the world? You can live a socialist lifestyle and promote broad social change at the same time. The key difference is simply that you don't have to convince the world to build your socialist bubble. So why wait? Last, you might object that you don't want to live an austere, unambitious, communal, puritanical lifestyle. If so, some soul-searching is in order. Yes, socialists have long quarreled about what ideal socialism would look like. Should we just meet everyone's basic needs and focus on community, or produce enough to let everyone live like a millionaire? But in practice, this debate is premature. Whenever socialists actually acquire the power to remake society, the modest lifestyle I've sketched above remains far out of reach of most of the population. People in Cuba and Venezuela struggle even to feed themselves and feel far more fear than fellowship, and both are paradises compared to the Soviet Union or Maoist China. As a practical matter, the best place to experiment with a socialist lifestyle is in a wealthy capitalist society, so why not give it a go and tell the rest of us how it works out? August 15th, 2018. How everyone can get richer as per capita income falls. When people argue about whether immigrants are pulling down our standard of living, they rarely notice a simple but deep arithmetical fact. Everyone in a country can get richer as per capita income falls. Proof by example. Suppose the residents of country A earn $50,000 per year each without immigration, and $60,000 per year with immigration. They benefit from cheaper lawn mowing. The residents of country B earn $2,000 per year if they stay at home, or $10,000 per year if they immigrate to country A to mow lawns. Now what happens to per capita income in country A if immigrants double the population? Per capita income falls from $50,000 to 0.5 times $60,000 plus 0.5 times $10,000 equals $35,000. The more immigrants come in, the more steeply per capita income declines. Immigrants hurt our standard of living. QED. Of course, nothing of the kind has happened. By assumption, immigration makes both natives and immigrants richer, but per capita income declines, as a matter of pure arithmetic. The numbers don't lie, but they are very easily misinterpreted. There are many applications of this simple insight. It also applies nicely to the apparent effect of rising female labor force participation on the pay of the average worker. Proof by example. Suppose in 1950 the workforce is 90% male. Men earn $10,000, women $3,000. In 1975, the workforce is 50% male. Each man now earns $12,000, and each female earns $5,000. What happens to average worker earnings? They fall from $9,300 to $8,500. One last case. Average earnings can rise even when they are falling for all educational classes. Proof by example. Suppose that in 1960, 15% of workers have college degrees, 85% only high school. A college degree gets you $20,000 per year. A high school diploma gets you $10,000 per year. In 1980, the breakdown moves to 50-50. A college degree is now worth $18,000, and a high school diploma, $9,000. Average earnings before, $11,500. After, $13,500. This doesn't prove, of course, that immigrants and women don't reduce the earnings of other groups. It doesn't prove that if incomes of all educational classes are falling, that the average is actually rising. What it shows, rather, is that evidence that seems rock solid can actually be trivial and irrelevant. Before you take an average, you have to think about what you are averaging over. March 27, 2005. Self-correction in markets and politics. We can't stop our minds from jumping to conclusions. If we smell smoke, we jump to the conclusion, fire. If metal glitters, we jump to the conclusion, gold. If a person smiles at us, we jump to the conclusion, friend. The main way humans attain accuracy isn't by changing our impulsive cognitive natures, but by practicing self-correction. Even though we intellectually leap before we look, we can still train ourselves to look after we leap, then leap backwards if appropriate. Perhaps we see smoke because a fire was recently extinguished. Perhaps the glittering metal is stainless steel. Perhaps the smiling person just wants to borrow some money. You might think that self-correction primarily belongs to the cognitive elite. But it doesn't. Eavesdrop at a grocery store, or strike up a conversation with a random person about his cell phone plan. You'll witness a barrage of self-correction, like, "This store seems to charge more for milk, but if you bring your bonus card, it's actually cheaper. These cookies seem like a better deal, but the box is actually a little smaller, so you don't really save any money." You save a bundle at Costco, unless you're buying perishables and have a small family. That cell phone network has better reception around campus, but terrible customer service. Even sentences like, "The BMW is a great car, but it's insanely expensive," exhibit self-correction. The fine German engineering makes people drool, but they still hasten to admit that fine German engineering doesn't come cheap. What prompts even unsophisticated consumers to practice self-correction? The reason is pretty obvious. In markets, self-correction saves the self-corrector money, quality, time, and/or convenience. If you don't self-correct, you get burned, badly, and often. The opposite holds in politics. Few voters exhibit even rudimentary self-correction. Voters rarely say things like, "The minimum wage hurts low-skilled employment," but the disemployment effect is small relative to the wage gain. Tariffs are a very inefficient form of social insurance, but at least they're politically feasible. Immigration restrictions are awful for absolutely poor people in the third world, but I don't care about them. Giving everyone the best healthcare in the world sounds inspiring, but it would be insanely expensive. Means-tested Social Security and Medicare may be a little unfair, but we'd save a lot of money without noticeably increasing senior poverty. Getting tough on Iran could easily end in disaster, but it's worth the risk. Instead, the typical voter just repeats insipid slogans, bereft of trade-offs, downsides, or reservations. The reason, again, is pretty obvious. In politics, self-correction doesn't save the self-corrector a dime. Voters who self-correct live under the exactly same policies as voters who don't self-correct. The result is a dire shortage of self-correction and reliably ridiculous policies, no matter who wins. November 6th, 2012. Limited government as insurance. I imagine going back in time to January 20th, 2009, Obama's inauguration day. You're a cheering fan. On that day, an angel appears and makes you this offer. If you give up on Obama's best ideas, none of Trump's worst ideas will happen either. Obamacare will never happen, but neither will Trump's immigration policies. Would you take that deal? I know, it's a galling hypothetical. You want the good stuff without the bad stuff. Why can't that be on the menu? In theory, of course, it could be, but in practice, it wasn't and never has been. If government has the power to do big good things you like, it will also have the power to do big bad things you don't like. And in a democracy, your side's grip on the reins of power is always temporary. Anyone want to rebet me on the duration of unified government in America? On reflection, the angel in my hypothetical is offering insurance. He's guaranteeing a stable, mediocre outcome, rather than the wild democratic oscillations we've been experiencing. You'll no longer be able to get excited about great political victories, but you can stop worrying about great political defeats. Now consider, this insurance policy is very similar to a seemingly unrelated idea, limited government. While it doesn't invalidate any existing government policies, it shackles government's power to do any big new thing. In American political culture, conservatives have traditionally praised limited government, though libertarians are the main people who take it seriously. But it seems like almost everyone, regardless of ideology, should be interested in getting insurance against bad future uses of government power. What are the best reasons to spurn the angel's offer? 1. The arc of the moral universe. If, like MLK, you believe The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. You're not just avoiding bad stuff by giving up good stuff. You're avoiding a shrinking stock of bad stuff by giving up a growing stock of good stuff. If you're going to eventually win anyway, insurance isn't so important. 2. Asymmetric hyperbole. Political rhetoric normally paints your good stuff as great and your opponents as awful. If you are overstating across the board, the case for insurance remains intact. Suppose, however, that your good stuff is genuinely fantastic, but your opponent's bad stuff is only a moderate pain in the neck. Then again, accepting limited government for insurance purposes is a bad deal. The insurance case for limited government gets even stronger, of course, if you oversell your own policies but accurately rate your opponent's policies. If neither of these responses seems especially credible, you'll probably feel tempted to impatiently respond, "This is a stupid hypothetical because there are no angels. Sure, it would be nice to contain the oscillations of democracy, but there's no way to do it. Limited government has to be enforced by someone, and the someone is democratically determined too, right?" Wrong. If you want the insurance of limited government, there are well-tested mechanisms to deliver it. You all know them. Supermajority rules require more than a majority to act. Division of powers makes it hard for government bodies to accomplish anything on their own. Judicial review allows judges to invalidate acts of government. Federalism greatly reduces the cost of voting with your feet. If you think these institutions aren't working, the obvious solution is to strengthen them. Impose more supermajority requirements. Divide more powers. Overturn legislation that fails to get support from 6, 7, 8, or all 9 Supreme Court justices. Make states pay for their own spending with their own taxes, not federal grants. So why are the limits on government so weak? I blame myopia. Limited government helps everyone in the long run, but immediately hurts the ruling party. They fought hard to win power. Now that they have it, they yearn to flex their muscles. Logically, they could support limited government starting 10 years from now. Lord, grant me chastity and continence, but not yet. But that's not very exciting compared to riding the wave today. The insurance of limited government would make most of our lives better, but sadly, it's not sexy. January 30th, 2017. The homage statism pays to liberty. Here's an odd thought for a libertarian. The government very rarely tells me to do anything. Once per year, the IRS orders me to pay federal income taxes. Once per year, the state of Virginia forces me to pay state income taxes and get my car inspected. Once per year, Fairfax County makes me pay property taxes. Traffic laws aside, the government leaves me alone more than 350 days per year. How is this possible when the government regulates almost every aspect of American life and takes 40% of GDP? The government controls the labor market, especially for foreign workers. The government decides what products I can and can't buy. The government runs a massive retirement system that I can't escape without leaving the country. How can the government control me so thoroughly, yet so rarely boss me around? The answer is simple yet shocking. Government controls me by controlling my trading partners. Government doesn't tell me to pay sales taxes, it just forces every business in Virginia to collect sales taxes as a condition of sale. Government doesn't tell me who I can and can't hire. It just tells every business I deal with who they can and can't hire. Government doesn't even tell me I have to contribute to Social Security. It just requires my employer to make contributions on my behalf as a condition of employing me. Why is government coercion so predominantly indirect? Most economists would cite transactions costs. Bossing Costco around is far easier than bossing all of Costco's customers around. But this explanation is unsatisfying. Government eschews many cheap ways to directly bully private individuals into submission. For example, if government really wanted to crack down on scofflaws, it could pay cash bounties to whistleblowers of every description. Anyone who hired an illegal nanny or failed to pay use tax on out-of-state internet purchases would have to look over their shoulders day and night. Think about how many bounties a garbage man could collect. As long as the scofflaws were liable for the fines, an army of whistleblowers wouldn't cost the government a dime. If this sounds draconian to you, you're in sight of my preferred story. Governments rely on indirect coercion because direct coercion seems brutal, unfair, and wrong. If the typical American saw the police bust down a stranger's door to arrest an undocumented nanny and the parents who hired her, the typical American would morally side with the strangers. If the typical American saw regulators confiscate a stranger's expired milk, he'd side with the strangers. If the typical American found out his neighbor narked on a stranger for failing to pay use tax on an out-of-state internet purchase, he'd damn his neighbor, not the stranger. Why? Because each of these cases activates the common-sense moral intuition that people have a duty to leave non-violent people alone. Switching to indirect coercion is a shrewd way for government to sedate our moral intuition. When government forces Costco to collect Social Security taxes, the typical American doesn't see some people violating their duty to leave other people alone. Why? Because they picture Costco as an inhuman organization, not a very human bunch of people working together. Government's trick, in short, is to redirect its coercion toward crucial dehumanized actors like business and foreigners, but don't get me started. Then government can coerce business into denying individuals a vast array of peaceful options without looking like a bully or a busybody. Of course, if the public fully absorbed the implications of common-sense morality, the government's ruse would fall flat. The public would look at the vast majority of business regulation and say, so a bunch of people are using their own skills and their own resources to make money. How on earth does that vitiate your duty to leave non-violent people alone? Yes, governments have been known to boldly contradict common-sense morality. Conscription is an obvious example. Common-sense morality says your body, your choice. Conscription says, your body? Where do you get these treasonous notions, Private? For the most part, though, governments prefer to take the path of least resistance. Instead of denying the duty to leave nonviolent people alone, government exploits a massive loophole. We're perfectly free to make any deal that government allows businesses to make with us. Many libertarians will find this depressing, but they shouldn't. Hypocrisy is famously the homage that vice pays to virtue. Government's preference for indirect coercion is the homage that statism pays to liberty. Libertarians don't need to convince people that coercion is wrong. We just need to convince people that indirect coercion of business is coercion of people. September 25th, 2013. The freedom to do what sounds wrong. Friends of freedom routinely defend the right to do wrong. If you're only free to do good things, what freedom do you really have? Yet on reflection, this sorely underrates the value of freedom. Yes, the freedom to do bad things is important. Much more important, though, is the freedom to do good things that sound bad. Why is this so important? Because social desirability bias is ubiquitous. That's why. Long psych story short. When the truth sounds bad, human beings deceive and self-deceive. This deceit in turn routinely rationalizes bad policies. Example, convenience and fun are often better than health and safety. That's what your actions declare whenever you drive to a restaurant instead of hunkering down in your home. But almost no one wants to give a public speech where they say, convenience and fun are often better than health and safety. Policymakers, in turn, largely ignore the value of convenience and fun. Abandoning your dysfunctional country is often better than staying to fix it. But no one wants to openly declare, I decided my country was a lost cause, so I got out of Dodge. Policymakers, in turn, vigorously spurn mere economic migrants. Breaking inconvenient laws is often the best move, but few scofflaws will ever call a press conference to defend their behavior. Policymakers, in turn, enforce phone books worth of inane rules. Working hard to get rich yields wonderful social benefits, but hardly anyone on earth will even admit to being rich. Policymakers, in turn, treat the rich as cattle or leeches. The rhetoric of freedom is a great way to neutralize this poison of social desirability bias. Indeed, there is probably no better antidote in the universe. When busybodies try to use government to force everyone to sacrifice tons of convenience and fun for vestigial doses of health and safety, shouting, I spurn safety for convenience will get you nowhere. But shouting, freedom, like you're in Braveheart, just might foil the busybody's nefarious efforts. People won't welcome an immigrant who says he hated his country of birth. but they will smile upon an immigrant who earnestly avows that he came for freedom. If you're caught breaking a stupid law, you won't escape a guilty verdict by conclusively showing that the law is stupid. You might, though, if you stand up for your freedom. A rich man who wants to keep what he's earned won't win much sympathy by lecturing the world about economics. His better bet, rather, is to raise the banner of freedom. None of this means that appeals to freedom are or should be insincere. Pursuit of convenience and fun, fleeing your hellhole of birth, breaking stupid laws, and working your way to wealth are all bona fide expressions of freedom. My point, rather, is about marketing. Directly defying social desirability bias is ever tempting but usually fruitless. If you want to defend good things that sound bad, your best bet is to reframe the debate. Want to stand up for business and the rich? Your best bet is to change the subject. What were we talking about again? Oh, that's right. Freedom! Isn't this precisely what critics accuse libertarians of doing all the time? Pretty much. What I'm saying is that their accusations are unfair, but we should strive to make them true. Mainstream political thinkers are too wrapped up in their own irrational demagoguery to even acknowledge the existence of social desirability bias. Once you fully absorb the distinction between what sounds good and what is good, however, the implied political danger will weigh upon your mind. What can rational human beings do in the face of such mindless emotionalism? Wave the flag of freedom, wave it habitually, wave it proudly. Even then, you'll probably lose the war of words, but at least you'll have a fighting chance. October 14th, 2020.